All right, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, good evening and good morning. My name is Vivian Faustino. I am an international business faculty at the School of Management and currently the Assistant Director of the China Business Studies Initiative Program, or CBSI. With over 21 countries represented in this conference, we are covering different time zones. I am sure that some of you are staying up during unholy hours of the night to be here. So thank you very much for opting to join us. Before we start, I would like to share a few housekeeping reminders to ensure a smoother flow of our program. Number one, we would love to hear questions from the attendees. So please enter your questions on the Q&A box located in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen. Number two, we'll try our best to answer the questions at the end of each panel. As you can see from the conference brochure, we have 4 different sessions throughout the program. We'll post the link to the brochure on the chat box for your easy reference. Number 3, the conference is recorded and will be shared with the attendees after the event. And lastly, for all the panelists who are not speaking, just a friendly reminder to please turn off your cameras and stay muted for the rest of the event. Without further ado, at this point, I'd like to officially start this event by turning you over to Professor Haifeng Yang, the Vice President of East China University of Science and Technology, who co-founded this annual international conference with our very own Professor Xiaowa Yan, who will introduce herself shortly. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, and it is really such a pleasure to welcome Professor Yan.
Thank you, Vivian. Dear distinguished guests and friends all over the world online. Yes, good morning here in China, and good afternoon to East America, and good evening, West America. It's very interesting with such a way have an online meeting with the theme of reshaping international operation. Recording. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's recording. The theme of reshaping international operation for carbon neutrality in turbulent time. On behalf of the conference committee, East China University of Science and Technology and the China Business Studies Initiative of University of San Francisco, together with the Nottingham University Business School, China, we are honored to have you here with us. So warmly welcome to all of you present, and thank you for joining our 6th ECUST-USF International Conference. It's our 6th conference today. As you know, climate change and carbon neutrality are global issues. Achieving carbon neutrality is an important goal in building a global community with a shared future for achieving global sustainable development. Carbon neutralization initiatives have appeared on institution agenda with worldwide and broad fundamental change to the institutional environment with influence the international operation of global enterprises. We believe so because it's a very important institution factors for multinational combined approach to multinational operations. At the same time, in today's turbulent world, as you know, disastrous events such as global pandemic, because of the pandemic, we have to have many conferences online with no face-to-face. It's good or bad, maybe some good, some bad, but it's not good for people for us to interpersonal interaction. I think so. And the war have caused great uncertainty and challenging global supply chains. Therefore, to realize carbon neutrality in turbulent times, companies face both new opportunities and challenges in the global era. They will need to reshape their international operation, not only working with their stakeholders, but also collaborating with all companies around the world. Frankly, many multinational companies, as you know, they have begun to do that. This need raises a series of issues and questions for both academics and practitioners. This conference will provide a platform for scholars, business executives, and policymakers to share views, ideas, and insights on issues related to the conference theme. This one-day conference includes various sessions, such as keynote speeches, which will have the keynote panels, executive panel, and the paper panel. We hope that you can enjoy by attending today's session. And finally, I wish you an unforgettable and perfect experience here. Thank you. Thank you, all the participants, all the guests. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay. Xiaohua,
thank you.
will you please see
share
some
my-
words about
I will share my screen here,
Okay.
if you
Thank
don't
you.
mind. Professor Yan, thank you so much for introducing the conference theme. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. 国内的朋友、同仁们，早上好。I join Professor Yan in welcoming all of you to this conference. My name is Xiaohua Yang. I am the professor of international business and director of China Business Studies Initiative, CBSI, at the University of San Francisco. I fully agree with my counterpart that interaction with international operations and carbon neutrality has become a very urgent issue facing our global economy and our planet. Just early this morning at 5 a.m. Pacific time, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development released the 2020 World Investment Report. If I would show you, I don't want to show you this one, but I do want to show you this one. And you will see that the first year of the pandemic, 2020, we had such a drop in global investment. However, it picked up last year, 2021. And it is anticipated this trend might continue. What does that tell us? The corporate world actually is responsible for 50% of, sorry. I have I have this to show you, 50% of all carbon emission. Now, that does tell us, right? Actions are needed now. And instead of being a source of carbon emission, what can international and the multinational firms do to be a champion for carbon neutralization? And so today, this conference is all about global operations and carbon neutrality. And we brought to you 8 sessions with prominent speakers in their relative fields. And as Professor Yin said, you know, we have various kinds of sessions, very exciting. And some of them are just really hot off press study results. So, and today, our attendees are represented by 6 continents and more than 20 countries. And so we have over 250 registered participants, and they'll probably come in and out, you know, depending on their time, because this is a virtual conference. So we do have all that flexibility to do so. So let's go back a little bit about the history of the conference. And as you just heard, this is our 6th international conference. We started with 2 universities, East China University of Science and Technology and the University of San Francisco. And now we are joined by Nottingham University Business School, China. Both East China University of Science and Technology and the USF have Jesuit roots. That was something I just discovered just recently. So they all have something to do with Jesuit education. A conference like this doesn't really happen by itself. And both USF and East China University of Science and Technology provide enormous amount of support for this conference. And Nottingham University Business School, China has also provided a valuable support. And the conference program team has been working day and night intensively for more than 6 months. And I just want to quickly mention about the conference and program chairs. And you met Professor Haifeng Yin, and you will be meeting Professor Li quickly. Please wave to the audience when I name you. I will stop share so actually we can see more people here. So Roger Cheng from USF, Xiaoming He from East China University of Science and Technology, and Vivian Faustino you just have met. And today's webinar is supported by my dear colleague, Ken Yoshioka. He's a senior instructional technologist and the Instructional Technology and Training Center at the USF. And we also have some very able student assistants, Jocelyn Luciani, she's in the background, and Haonan Qi, he's been working day and night designing all the conference material. And Duan Xu, he probably will jump on very soon. And so there are so many names, I don't want to bore you. So there are just countless people helping us to put this conference together. So I want to say thank you all for your support. And thank you to all the speakers for making special effort to join us, share your expertise, your insights. So now let me turn to the next session. It will be now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Tie Ma, the Dean of East China University of Science Technology School of Business, and he will offer his welcome remarks. Dean Ma, it's your floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yang. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. it is great pleasure for the School of Business at ECUST to co-host the 6th ECUST-USF International Conference. On behalf of the School of Business, I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to you. Meanwhile, I'd like to express my sincerest gratitude to all of you for your participation. ECUST is one of national key university directly under the umbrella of Ministry of Education. The School of Business was established formally in 1990, including both economics and management disciplines. The mission of the school is to bridge business with technology and nurture managerial talents with advanced knowledge and practical ability. Accredited by ASSB, AMBA, and CCAMIA, the School of Business always promotes social responsibility, as well as advocates research and innovation. A lot of countries around the world have set the schedule to reach carbon neutrality target, which brings challenges and opportunities to the operation of multinational firms. Firms have to reshape their international operations to respond to these challenges and opportunities. A series of issues appear not only for practitioners, but also for academics along the process of achieving carbon neutrality target. It is just the right time to discuss those issues, aiming at generating some insights and instructions, which is exactly what this conference is doing. I hope that through today's discussion and communication, you can fully share your thoughts with scholars, business executives, and policymakers, and have a productive time here. Finally, I wish in advance this conference to obtain the complete success. Thanks a lot for everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Yang.
Thank you so much, Dean Mar. Thank you for your warm welcome to our audience. Now, it's my privilege to bring to you my Dean, Dr. Charles Moses, Dean of School of Management, University of San Francisco. And Dean Moses, it's your floor.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be able to be here today at this 6th annual conference on the East China University of Science and Technology, University of San Francisco, and Nottingham University, China, on talking about carbon neutrality. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Charles Moses, Dean of the School of Management at the University of San Francisco. Very, very exciting time. This is actually one of my last official duties as Dean at University of San Francisco, because next week I'll be moving to the University of the Pacific, which is not far from San Francisco. Exciting conference, exciting time, challenging time, talking about carbon neutrality. This is very much in University of San Francisco's ambit, because it's one of the things that we do is we talk a lot about the world, and we consider ourselves to be very, very good at helping our students to join that world and to be well informed and also active leaders in trying to shaping a brighter future for mankind. So let me just share a few things about our school. We are a Jesuit school, one of, I think, 26 or 27 Jesuit business schools in the United States. We have a 97-year history of educating the next generation of influential leaders and conscious capitalists in business. We'll be celebrating our 100th anniversary, our centennial, in 2025. And during my time at the School of Management, I'm very excited because CBSI is one of the key cogs in this whole conference, and it's been that way all along. I'm very proud to be able to announce to you, and I think Professor Yang will certainly, and Professor Roger will be able to tell you more about this. We are going to be elevating CBSI to the status of a center of excellence in the University of San Francisco this fall. And it really represents an acknowledgement of the expertise of CBSI, and it's really cornered a part of the discussion globally and locally on the issue of U.S.-China relations and building stronger bridges between the United States and China, very, very important partners. And so we're going to be acknowledging that by elevating CBSI this fall. During my time as dean, we've done so many things. We've launched new programs. We've got new MBA programs. We've got other graduate programs that we've launched. And we've had the opportunity to really work and really engage our students in new and I think interesting ways. Our programs emphasize both global business perspective. We also place a high value on social justice, cultural understanding, and diversity. We say that the USF education is immersed in the Jesuit academic tradition, which applies to the public, private, and nonprofit sectors, and starts with the inner person and moves out. We have 8 graduate programs and 8 undergraduate programs in school management. We have a lot of faculty expertise in market demand. We recently added 2 new programs, business analytics and a Master of Science in Marketing Intelligence, which we believe will differentiate our students in new ways. We were recently reaccredited as a top business school by AACSB, which, as you all know, is the gold standard, international gold standard for business school accreditations. We're very excited about that. And this fall, we'll be launching a new partnership with Anderson Consulting, which will bring in 100 new business students in 2022, and is up to 400 students over the next 3 or 4 years. So we're very excited about that. We're also partnering with them on a Master of Arts in Accounting program, which will bring an additional 100 students in. So our prospects are looking very, very bright. But we are nothing without the partnerships that we have with organizations like East China Institute and Nottingham, China. And so we see these relationships, these networks, as being really an extension of our brand, leveraging our intellectual capital and sharing it for the betterment of all. And so this is an exciting time for us. And I really want to wish you all the best in these discussions. And I'll hand it back over to Professor Yan.
Thank you, Dean Moses, for your wonderful remarks. And also, for announcing CBSI to becoming a center of excellence. I was waiting for you to do it. And Dean Moses has had many exciting achievements at the school during his tenure. And I'm biased. I think one of his biggest achievements is elevating CBSI to a center. So thank you so much for doing that and for supporting our effort and our partnership with other universities, including ECUST and Nottingham University Business School. So thank you so much. Next, I would like to invite my conference co-chair, Professor Lei Li, to introduce our conference keynote speaker, Dr. Farah Contractor. Professor Li, it's your floor now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Xiaohua. Thank you, everyone. So my name is Lei Li. I'm currently the head of Department of International Business and Management at Nottingham University Business School, China. And I'm also serving as the country director for the Chinese mainland of Academy of International Business, Asia Pacific chapter. So I would like to welcome everyone to attend this conference as the co-chair. And as you know, this topic is called Reshaping International Operations for Carbon Neutrality in Turbulent Times. It's really a big topic. So today it's really my pleasure and honor to introduce a really high profile IB international business scholar and also an academic leader in this area to help address this issue. Our keynote speaker, Professor Farouk Contractor, is a distinguished professor of Rutgers Business School. He is a fellow of Academy of International Business and is currently the president of Academy of International Business. So Farouk may not remember this, and the first time I met him was when I was attending the first Academy Management Conference. His book now, it's slightly old, which published in 1988 about cooperative strategies. I was happening to read a book as a second-year doctoral student at that time. So I actually chatted with him for a while. I'm pretty sure, he doesn't remember. Okay. Later on, he became known to me as a S-curve theorist about the relationship between multinationality and performance, which happened to be my topic for my PhD dissertation. So we actually on 2 panels at AIB discussing this issue. And the first one is the AIB 2005 in Quebec City, Canada. And then 10 years later, we had another very exciting panel on this issue in Bangalore, India, at the AIB 2015. Okay, so each time there's very exciting discussion whether there's S-curve or no S-curve and these kind of things. More recent years, and he became known to me as a blogger in international business. Okay, if you've got a chance to search the webpage of Professor Contractor, you're gonna see and his blog, there are actually a wide range of issues he was trying to address, which has potential impact on the global business and global environment and the society. Okay, so I'm, again, this is really my honor and to now introduce Professor Contractor, a highly accomplished scholar, an academic leader, and also an established blogger international business. So let's welcome Professor Contractor. Yeah, the floor is yours, Farouk. Hi, you need to unmute. Farouk, you need to unmute yourself.
So I was saying thank you, Dr. Lee. It's been a pleasure to know you all these years. And I'm glad that we are continuing our academic collaboration. And I'm here to present, thanks to Lee. Not that I'm an expert in the subject of climate change and multinationals, but as we all know, you can read up. An intelligent academic can synthesize material. So I've spent some time on this topic, but don't consider me an expert is what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm at Rutgers University for quite some time, a university which, by the way, is 10 years older than the United States. It was one of the 9 colleges under the British Raj, when there was a British Raj in the United States. And the connection, of course, is that I grew up in Bombay, India, under the British Raj. And I say that it was a time when there were only 3 million people in a quiet city with not many cars. So I'm trying to segue into the discussion of the carbon footprint of the growth of the global population here. We used to eat meat, but very little. And I remember that we were in a very large apartment, maybe 4 bedrooms, but with 10 people in it, including 4 domestic help. And I would take baths out of a bucket. Today in New Jersey, my wife runs the shower at so many gallons per minute for 15 minutes. So it's just a way of saying that we've come some way personally, as a population, as humanity. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. I hope that works. I hope everybody can see my screen now.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, good. So the second slide is where I begin with the agenda, some background on myself, which I've already mentioned. And then I'll continue with thoughts on climate change and the role of multinational companies. And I negotiated with Professor Lee to allow me to say a few words about the Academy of International Business, because many participants may not be aware of what it is or what it does. It's an association of about 3,300 professors who teach international business around the world. So I'll get to that a little later. So let me plunge into the discussion. This is the per capita emissions of different countries, the top countries. And I was myself surprised to find Saudi Arabia on top of the list. And of course, the usual culprits, the United States, almost actually is neck and neck with Saudi Arabia in terms of per capita emissions. And I noticed that the other usual suspects, Japan, Germany, France, and so on. But down below here is China with only 6.4 metric tons per capita compared to the US 17.6. However, if you multiply it by the ratio of the populations of China divided by the United States, it's obvious that China is the world's biggest emitter, and therefore bears the greatest responsibility for leading the world into a zero carbon future. You know, talking about my transition from a sort of a middle class status in India into where my wife runs several gallons every minute in a 15-minute shower, I found this, and I really am not an expert, so maybe we can comment on it. Maybe some of you in the audience or in the panel can tell me about this. So this is an inverted U-shaped curve. And my question I ask myself is, as our human population becomes richer, and we already have a big spread in per capita income, which is on the x-axis, are emissions going to continue? And the answer is, of course, yes, because we still have much of the world in a lower middle class or poverty standard. And as it becomes middle class, it wants to run the air conditioner, consume more meat, use more electricity, drive automobiles, etc. But how long will that last? So anyway, I just propose this as an interesting inverted U-shaped curve, which relates to the zero carbon target, which is set for 2050. Will we achieve it? And my guess is we won't. I mean, we are almost sure to surpass the 1.5 centigrade and maybe even reach 2 centigrade increase, which is, I mean, short of a runaway climate change, which I hope won't happen, and I don't think it'll happen because the Earth is a self-correcting mechanism. But we'll be in a more degraded kind of world for at least a few centuries until the world population stops becoming, you know, out of poverty, and until the world population shrinks. We're at 7.7 billion right now, and maybe in a few centuries we'll be back to about 4 billion. But the carbon emitted into the atmosphere will stay there for at least 2 millennia. So this is the kind of somewhat grim future that we have to foresee. Anyway, the theme of this conference is, what are companies thinking and doing? So at least among the big companies in rich countries, China, I mean, China is now becoming rich, and US, Europe, and so on, there's a growing consciousness. And according to Boston Consulting Group, about 33% of the world's largest companies and 50% of countries have pledged to reach net zero at different target dates between 2030 and 2050. And almost all airlines in the world, I mean, these may be empty promises, I hope not, want to get to net zero by 2050. An INSEAD BCG survey of company boards interviewed board directors who have at least 10 years experience and served on more than 150 corporate boards. And 122 of these bigwigs said that global warming was one of their top priorities. However, only 55% reported that their company had even developed a target and published a plan for hitting the target. There's a task force report on climate-related financial disclosures, which has been adopted. What does adopted mean? They say, yes, we'll sign on, by hundreds of funds and investment companies worldwide. So at least there's growing consciousness of the problem. Not much, unfortunately, has yet been done. The US Securities and Exchange Commission is proposing reporting rules extending not just to the company in terms of scope 1 or scope 1, but also to scope 2 and scope 3, which means that an audit would be done based on carbon emissions in company, the indirect knock-on effects and multiplier effects, as well as backward into the supply chain. And some companies, I say several, but actually I should have said some companies are beginning to construct and analyze a carbon copy of their global supply chain and their downstream distribution. So under scope 3, where you are supposed to measure and report on your entire footprint, not just your companies, but the supply chain and downstream. According to another BCG survey of 1,300 large companies, just 9% measure the emissions comprehensively, and 66% do not report any of the scope 3 emissions. And of course, there are reasons for that. Why? Because there is no standardized methodology for calculating emissions. There are no data on typical or average emissions as a function of product or component type, because it would be much easier if we had product or at least industry averages at, say, the 4-digit classification, so that a computer can then sort of look at a company and quickly estimate its scope 3 emissions. And of course, there's no reason for suppliers in Indonesia or China to cooperate with this from distant countries. And then there's a tremendous cost of meeting these requirements, measuring, reporting, and so on. So these are the reasons why progress has been so far limited. We're talking about turmoil and higher risk, such as Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And by the way, oil and gas are in theory fungible commodities, but the problem is that the distribution of the supply chain networks are not fungible or interchangeable. And hence we, at least in the medium term, foresee shortages of critical materials, slow global growth, strain on international financial institutions and governmental financial budgets, soaring prices for energy and key commodities, disrupted industrial supply chains. In the medium term, also suspension of or closure of Russian operations by multinational firms, so that the era of financial stability and cheap capital that we've seen in the last 20 years is over, at least for the foreseeable future. High inflation, higher interest rates, slowing growth. And that means that when a company does its project planning with higher risk-adjusted discount rates, the net NPV, the net present value of all investments are going to be reduced. On the other hand, with slower growth, I mean, there's some light in the gloom. As temporarily more persons are pushed into poverty, I am afraid that this might happen with food shortages created by the war in Ukraine, that people in Africa and other countries will be pushed into poverty. Fewer will transition more slowly into a middle-class status. And hence, the growth in energy consumption and carbon emissions will also be slower in the next few years. depending on how long this conflict lasts, how long inflation lasts, and so on. All right, now the next slide is about mitigation methods. You know, what can we do? So I classified this into three categories. First, methods where the physics, the technology, and the commercialization are proven. We know this already. The technology is there for photovoltaic panels, for wind. Then there are methods where the physics are proven, but the risk perception, unfortunately, among the public is quite high. For example, nuclear power generation. It's really the safest form of energy generation. I mean, many people will argue with me, but it's true. If you look at the number of fatalities or injuries caused by nuclear power compared to the hundreds of thousands of people who die every year around the world because of pollution caused by coal plants. Okay, so that's one way mitigation can occur. And there's a new emerging generation of mini or small reactors, not cooled by water, but cooled by other methods, such as liquid sodium, which are supposed to be, I'm again not an expert, but they're supposed to be much safer than your water-cooled reactors. When we talk about aerosolized particle injection into the stratosphere, the physics are known. We know it would work, but just imagine what would happen if the world started cooling down, but the effects of that were unequal, so that it created famines in some countries, floods in another. So because we don't know the risks of doing it, the physics are clear. We know that from several volcanic eruptions, major volcanic eruptions that have injected particles into the stratosphere have been followed for a few weeks, few months, few years by global cooling. We know we can do it, but it would require a tremendous amount of intergovernmental cooperation to agree to the possible side effects and liabilities created by stratospheric injection of particles. One way to do it, I was just thinking to myself, one way to handle it is to have an intergovernmental agreement where governments pool money into an insurance pool, so that a farmer in Africa or in Asia that is going to suffer from excessive drought because of the cooling, or let's say a farmer in Canada that whose crop is ruined because of an unseasonal snowfall, can be compensated from the global total insurance pool. So that's one way. I just thought of this way as a way of handling this issue where the method is known, the physics are proven, but the risk perception is quite high. And then of course you have methods where the net carbon reduction benefit, the commercial viability and the scalability are all unknown in things like direct air carbon capture, although hundreds of millions of dollars have already been committed by companies like Google and Facebook or Meta to direct air carbon capture, but it's completely unknown as to whether it has, as to what net carbon reduction it has, because they've got to use electricity to run those big fans and those big machines to capture the carbon and then pump the liquid into the ground, etc. And another unknown is green hydrogen in terms of viability. Again, I'm talking more about mitigation methods. So how should one judge mitigation method? What are the criteria? So first of all, how good is our understanding of the basic physics? And as I just said in the last comment, for some, we just don't even know the basic physics of it or the basic geology of it. How much do we understand the technology and the design? And what is the relative net carbon reduction benefit? Because each of these mitigation methods in turn consume energy. So the EU is going to require, for instance, starting in 2024, that batteries carry a label showing the carbon footprint used in the production of the battery. So that's a good way to measure a good criterion to measure the value of a mitigation method. commercialization potential with and without subsidies, and the scalability. Something can work in a small scale, but we just don't know if it can have a global effect and can work in all countries. And the degree of intergovernmental cooperation needed for the implementation of each particular mitigation method. And the input resource availability or difficulty. We know certain things work, but my next slides are going to talk about shortages. Next few slides. Shortage in carbon credit availability over the next decade. Lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese, graphite. If you do a calculation, some people, I didn't do it, but I'm reading these reports from Cairn Energy Research Advisors. For 2030, less than 1/3 of these resources that would be needed in 2030 are just not available right now. Supply and demand of green hydrogen suggests that production capacity would have to increase by 100-fold or 200-fold over the next 30 years. And green hydrogen also has a huge demand for platinum for the catalytic process. And EV batteries, they use graphite, the production, but more than 70% of the graphite is just wasted as a byproduct. And I'm not sure that it's reusable. And then there's a shortage of talent and employees knowledgeable in green technologies. So my next slides are talking about some solutions to these constraints. Long-term production contracts. For example, BMW as an example, BMW's 5-year agreement with Managem, which is a company in Morocco, to secure the cobalt that is going to be used in 20% of BMW's electric vehicle batteries. Or backward vertical integration as a safety measure to secure supply sources. Example would be General Motors' stake in controlled thermal resources, lithium from the Salton Sea in California. Geographical diversification of supply sources. Right now, lithium is mainly from China, China, Chile, and Australia, but it's actually available in many other places like California. It's just a question of at what cost can it be extracted. And then in terms of solutions, big companies taking stakes in firms innovating in supply side technology. For example, Unilever and Nestle have a pool of money where they buy stakes, equity stakes, minority probably, or in some cases majority, in companies in the plastics recycling value chain. And in a way, doing that is sort of like buying lottery tickets. You have stakes, minority stakes in many, many technologies, call them seed investment stakes, and then you hope that one lottery ticket will pay off in a big way in terms of a viable technology. Another solution would be accelerating R&D in lateral thinking projects. There's something being tried, I think, in the Persian Gulf country, where they want to try and extract lithium directly from seawater. And then for some companies, can they raise their price? I know it doesn't sound very nice to say that, but if they can charge a premium price for products that are labeled sustainable, that then gives the company additional profit and revenue to invest in sustainability. Forward integration, for example, EV makers investing in charging stations for the industry demonstration effect. And by industry demonstration effect, I'm talking about a bandwagon effect, so that everybody in the industry gets moving on something that is absolutely necessary. Right now, we don't have too many electric vehicles, but we have even fewer charging stations for interstate or continental travel. Strategic alliances for two reasons. One, for technological synergy, and alliances just to share the risk. So complementary knowledge is supplied by, let's say, this example, green steel joint venture between SSAB and a Swedish power generator called Vattenfall. You can have, for risk reduction purposes, alliances with direct competitors, and of course, private government partnerships. More solutions would be industry coalitions that include NGOs and governments. For example, the US Plastic Recycling Pact, which includes the World Wildlife Fund. And, in order to break the logjam, if one company hesitates to invest in a technology because they say our costs are going to go up, how about having a coalition of companies where all the company's costs go up? So for example, steel made with hydrogen as a reducing agent instead of carbon monoxide or coke costs 50% more. But if the steel industry or big enough players in the steel industry jointly agreed that we will eliminate coke and carbon monoxide and we'll all use hydrogen, then it can be a sort of a bandwagon effect. Industry-wide codes of conduct, acceleration of new technologies through joint research, and so on. And as far as the talent or labor or employment shortage is concerned, I don't know if this will work in the US, but you can have apprenticeship programs and employment contracts with bonded employees. By bonded, I mean a company spends thousands of dollars in training a new employee in a green technology, but is afraid of losing that employee to a rival. Well, you can, I don't know if it'll work in American courts, but in other countries, you can bond or commit that employee to stay with the company for 7 years or 10 years or whatever. That would be a solution to this talent shortage. So anyway, now please allow me to say a few words about international business and the Academy of International Business, of whom I am currently on the board as president. It's an association of 3,300 or 3,500 professors from around the world, studying, researching, and teaching international business. And why study international business? I mean, there's superficial similarities. People watch Netflix and wear blue jeans, but that is really superficial because the world is very unequal, very different, very fragmented in terms of income per capita, culture, resources, economic size, and so on. And because these differences persist, that's why international business exists and the study of international business exists. The next slide, I'll just summarize. We're in a very skewed economic size that when you have below rank 50, there are 193 countries, but below rank 50, we have very tiny and politically risky nations. And the bottom 174 countries put together only constitute 19.3% of the world economy. So this inequality, the skewed distribution is really the basis for much of the argument for comparative advantage, at least in terms of labor costs and other differentials. And that gives arbitrage opportunities for multinationals and international traders. Just to give you a quick review of the magnitude of international business, we start with adding up the exports of all the countries on the planet. I think Professor Young mentioned that the UNCTAD World Investment Report was just released today. Adding up the export sales of all the countries on the planet, you're looking at 27 trillion, of which 24 is manufacturing, 23 or 24 is manufacturing, and about 4 is services. But the number one method of international business is multinational companies, foreign affiliates. Now, this 35 trillion figure doesn't even include sales by the multinational in its home market, which can be very substantial. It's the sales made by the multinational enterprises, foreign affiliates outside the home country. And another growing method of international business is the cross-border licensing of intellectual assets, patents, brands, and so on. And this is not the royalty figure, this is the sales achieved by the contractual alliance partner in the other country. It's a distant number 3. Anyway, let me jump ahead. I think there might be a time constraint. What multinational companies do really is bring with them in their subsidiaries and affiliates the best practices in terms of technology, organizational methods, labor and safety standards. Not always. I mean, we know that some multinational companies go to other countries to actually take advantage of their lax labor standards. But for the most part, multinational companies are the carriers, the cross-border transferors of best practices in sustainability, green ideas, and so on. And even imports, exports, importers and exporters learn. There's a whole literature about learning from imports or exports, reverse engineering, learning international marketing savvy, and so on. Anyway, Academy of International Business. We have our crown jewel in Journal of International Business Studies, a Financial Times 50 journal. And we also have recently launched Journal of International Business Policy to highlight the fact that a lot of global business is really interdependent with governments and government policy. And AIB Insights is our wannabe Harvard Business Review kind of journal. And the membership fee, I say this because I think a lot of the audience might be from emerging countries. It's only $30. And even the $30 can be waived by grants and subsidies from the Sheth Foundation or the Center for Emerging Markets in Northeastern University. Our academy has 5 special interest groups, research methods. And these are, each of these SIGs or special interest groups, they're carrying out a lot of workshops free to members on how to upgrade your research skills, the teaching and education SIG does curriculum development, how to introduce an international business course. We have recently started a special interest group on sustainability and emerging markets. And something important to say, even though we're based in North America currently, there is no national bias in the AIB. We just want to promote research and teaching of cross-border business, and our leadership is multicultural, as illustrated by the current board. Here I am. The incoming president is Brazilian. The past president was a Briton. Andrew Delios is from Singapore. Kazuhiro Akasawa is from Japan. She's from, I think, Dana Minbaeva is from Kazakhstan, et cetera, et cetera. You get the picture. Multicultural. So what does the AIB have to offer to member? Research skill training, training in publications, helping to develop courses and modules, teaching materials, databases, cases, and customized materials. And we're very happy to help schools in emerging countries. The next slide shows seminars done in South Asia. We have a South Asia chapter by leading scholars such as George Yip, who was, of course, the dean of SEABS at one time, and Gary Knight, Ajay Gore, who's the editor-in-chief of the Journal of World Business, and so on. And so we are ready to help as the leaders of the Academy of International Business. The special interest groups are ready to help. Just become a member, let us know, follow the listserv, and you can log on to all these training and skills upgrading materials. So I end. Thank you for your kind attention. And Lei Li was kind enough to mention my blog. So here is the link. It's globalbusiness.blog. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Feroc. And you have really covered a broad range of issues, possible solutions, and so on and so forth. So yeah, we are basically running out of time. There's one question I want to help ask. So Feroc, you're talking about commercial potential and scalability. Here there's a question about if there's no government support or subsidy, this seems to be very hard for business to do. So in your opinion, are the governments ready and willing to make the fundamental investments including green manufacturing, labor training. Do you have a take on this?
Well, for proven technologies like solar and wind, they're already, without subsidies, competitive with fossil fuels. And others can become, provided they get an initial spurt of starting money, temporary subsidies. Of course, that's the infant industry argument is always dangerous if a government doesn't lift the protection after the infant grows up. But certainly governments have a role to play in accelerating the scale up of a lot of technologies, which would in a few years' time, we hope become self-sufficient without the subsidies. So certainly we can be in a world by 2040 where most of the green technologies, green energy is competitive on its own.
Okay. Okay, all right. So for the sake of time, just one final question and from the audience. The question is, coal still has been the main source of energy for China and also for many other countries. So in order to achieve this goal of carbon neutrality, do you think that countries like China and other countries like US are willing to really cut back to consumption of coal in the coming years?
It'll be much easier for the United States because we have, a surplus of natural gas. And if the frackers were to resume their fracking, we would also have, alternative oil production. And coal mines are actually closing in the United States. Now, by contrast, I fear, this is my fear, I don't know, that in China, it'll be much more difficult to wean itself as a country off of coal. But it's doable because, much of the, there's a lot of wind and solar potential in the interior of China. Now for steel making, well, eventually there'll be enough housing for all Chinese and the construction boom will end. There's already green cement, which uses 27% less, 27% less carbon emissions than the current method of making and curing building steel. Curing cement and concrete. So for China, it'll be a much more difficult process. But then being the world's biggest emitter, China has the responsibility to wean itself off of coal.
Okay. All right. Well, again, thank you very much, Farrukh. We are really running out of time. And so we're going to continue and with, probably some similar or relevant discussions on this issue in the other panels. So again, and let's give applause to Professor Farrukh Contractor for giving this very interesting and certainly, very insightful speech. Okay, thank you, Farrukh. Yeah. All right, so next, and we are going to have a Dean's panel. Okay, and again, this is Lady. I'm the moderator of the Dean's panel. So. Given this challenging issue about, and the carbon neutrality, and certainly there are other very challenging issues ahead of us. The business schools are supposed to play some roles, hopefully important roles in addressing these issues. So for business schools, of course, faculty members are very critical. For the purpose of education, for the purpose of engaging the business communities and so on and so forth. So today, we have this overall theme about faculty member recruitment and retention. So I'm pretty sure among the audience, some of you are doctoral students who are or will be soon on the job market. And this is certainly a very relevant issue to you. And even for the academics, whether junior, senior, and sometimes, and you may wonder whether there's a nice best place for you to continue your research and teaching and business engagement. Okay, so now it's really my pleasure and honor to introduce the panel very briefly, and we have 5 deans to join this panel to address this issue. I will just follow the brochure. So Dean Zhan Li, School of Business, Fairfield University. It's a private university in Connecticut, East Coast of United States. Dean Li has been a veteran dean and has been the dean for quite many years in different institutions, and also accomplished scholar. Okay, and then next is Dean Martin Lockett, my immediate past dean, and he stepped down just a few days ago. He was the dean for my school for 5 years. Martin has had a range of experiences in academia, in consulting, and also in business. Okay, he will certainly share his experience, during this 5-year and deanship. And then next, Dean Tiejo Ma. Dean Ma is currently the dean of East China School of Business of East China University of Science Technology. He is an expert in management science, operations management. ECUST is one of the mainstream Chinese universities in China. And then next is Dean Charles Moses. As you probably have heard, if you attend this conference from the beginning, he will soon move from University of San Francisco to another university as an academic leader. So he's got a range of experience in academia, policymaking, and media. Okay, and then next, Dean Dale Smith. If you look at the brochure, Dean Smith has been, an academic leader, but also a leader of local community in Los Angeles. And he's also play a substantive role in AACSB, regarding innovation. Okay, so with very limited time, let me welcome the 5 deans to this panel. So I'll just follow the sequence. I'll ask each of the deans to share their experiences in the past about faculty recruitment and retention. Okay, so hopefully, everyone will spend, let's say, around 5 to 8 minutes to share your experience, and then we'll have further discussion, and then also we're going to talk about future as well. Okay, so now let me welcome Dean Zhan Li to share his experience first. Yeah, Dean Li, please.
Thank you, Lei. Hello, everybody. It's a great honor to be on the panelists with many distinguished deans, academic leaders. I know I got instruction to really talk about 2 things. In my portion, I want to make sure I stay within that time limit. First, I was instructed to really say a few words about Fairfield University, and then I talk about what's my thoughts on faculty recruiting and retention, right? That's the 2 things each of us. Yeah. So Fairfield University, like USF and LMU, we are Jesuit Catholic university, meaning social justice, social values are very important as our foundation and our mission. There's a 6 word can be summarized about what Fairfield is about. First, 6 words that start with value-based, that reflect our Jesuit Catholic mission and value. So value-based. Student-centered, that means obviously we are here for the students. We really mean by student-centered, we mean to really put them as a priority. Sometimes you ask me that I feel like we're doing a lot of pampering, if you will. I think there's that. The last 2 words is outcome focused. So Fairfield University really focused on the outcome of education. Outcome in terms of whole person development, but also emphasize on jobs and graduation school, admission, and so on. So those that, again, 6 words: value-based, student-centered, and outcome-focused. That's what Fairfield is about. Another fact about Fairfield is we are in the ecosystem of Wall Street. We're 1 hour away from Wall Street. So a lot of our alumni, predominant majority of alumni, are associated with Wall Street, either directly working for Wall Street investment banks like Goldman's and JP Morgan, all that, but also even for marketing and management job, they're working for a lot of financial firms. But in a way, one number is very telling. I like to call the Dolan School of Business at Fairfield a credo for CFOs, because we have data shows we have 125 CFOs currently in the country. 3 of the Fortune 500 companies, CFO current one, are Dolan alum. So we're very proud. Fairfield Dolan School of Business mission really can be summarized in one sentence. We develop ethical leaders for a better world and for lifelong success. For better world really reflect, again, Jesuit Catholic mission. For lifelong success mean we develop a whole person, not just teaching them the business skills, but also the humanities and arts and science and so on. One thing, we have a lot of programs. I don't go to details like many schools. I have all the typical programs, but the one thing I want to highlight is our MBA program, which is highly customizable. For example, in the entire curriculum, there's only one course is required, which is ethics, business ethics. Everything else can be slightly customized based on your personal, academic, past experience, or where you want to go from careers. You can pick any other courses, but the one thing you cannot pick, that's business ethics. That's probably a quick summary about what Fairfield University Dolan School is about. Then I'll share briefly 4 points in terms of my approach towards faculty recruiting, and then I'll pass on to other panelists. The first one is obvious one, I think, is faculty recruiting should be guided by strategic priorities of a business school and university. For example, a lot of universities are focusing on big data. And then that's where you should allocate faculty lines and so on. There's not necessarily, everybody have limited resources. So how can we put limited resources in the area that's most strategic for the 5 and 10 and decades to come? So that's the important one in terms of faculty recruiting. Second one, a point I want to say is the strategic vision of a business school is a very important weapon for recruiting. Because we, as a private school, we compete with each other, across coast, nationally, globally, sometimes with very similar offerings. So then what some things will entice in one candidate come to you versus others. So the Jesuit value, the social value is important. Also, I found based on my experience, faculty candidate, when everything else is similar or equal, they like to choose a school that has a vision, knows where they want to go, and they want to be a part of that because they see growth, they see directions. I personally got quite a number of faculty, new faculties, new hires tell me that, Dean Lee, one thing, many things attract me to Fairfield, but one thing is, this is the vision that where your school is going, I find that I want to be a part of that. So that's one thing I do want to share, that when people feel like you have a purpose, you have a mission, you have a goal and direction, that's exciting to be part of it. The third point is different faculty candidates have different needs, different preferences. Some need more time for family reasons or want to do more research. Some need more income because certain situation, economic situation, family. Some maybe need more relocation expenses coverage, all that. So really, we need to adjust our look at it recruiting from the total compensation package point of view and how to adjust that parameter to meet each faculty candidate's need. The last point I'll make is leveraging the campus resources, cross-campus to recruit is also important. For example, recently we hired a faculty who is an engineering PhD, but we want him to be in the analytics department. He has fond memory with engineering discipline and seems hesitant to give that up. So we had to really using engineer school deans, engineer school faculty on campus to tell them, say, hey, here's a connection you could build, even though you're in the department of analytics. But look, the colleague, the engineer, you can still do collaboration and research and all that. And he felt very excited about it. Okay, now I can see myself at a Fairfield campus. Those are the 4 points I'd like to share, and I hope I'm not using up too much of my time slot.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and Dean Lee. Now we're going to have discussion and Q&As, but next I want to welcome Dean Martin Lockett. He was my dean, the dean of my school. Martin, yeah, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much indeed. Let me give again a quick overview of Nottingham University Business School in China. Then I'm actually going to focus first of all on the retention side, then on recruitment. NUBS China, as we call ourselves, we're part of Nottingham University in the University, which is the University of Nottingham in Ningbo, China. So on the east coast of China, we have in the business school around 3,000 students out of a total of 9,000 in the university. I guess our positioning is as a leading international business school in China, and I'll really focus on that word international. So we want a significant number of international students, international faculty, teach an international curriculum. Now we are in the UK system, so that's the sort of quality assurance we use, but we see ourselves as individual. We've got undergraduate programs, around 8 masters, one of which is a collaboration with the MIT Scale Network in supply chain. And we've got a growing PhD program that now has about 175 students. It's a pretty big PhD program with a lot of resource in terms of scholarships available. As I say, in terms of overall mission, I would say that we balance research and teaching. Historically, we were more teaching orientated to give an international education in China. Now there's more focus on research and there's more and more focus on that, on things like journalists and an academic approach to it rather than a broader one. And so that's one of the challenges that I've found as dean, given my vision that a business school needs to combine research, teaching, and external engagement. Historically, we had about 11% of students were international, but it's down now to more like 6% because China's relatively cut off from the external world in terms of international travel. It means that China has been doing a significant amount to reduce carbon consumption by airlines. This is not intentional, but that's actually the reality. At one stage, passenger flights were something like 2% of pre-COVID levels. So there's one thing here which we find problematic, but we actually have been reducing carbon a lot there. In fact, at the moment, the biggest challenges to us in retention and recruitment result from those travel policies in China. At the moment, 2 things. International students have not been able to come back in general, other than those from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan regions of China, and from Korea. It's starting to free up a little bit now with PhD students, but essentially we have to use distance education for our international students. That means the classroom is much less international because people don't physically see international students so much in their class. And hybrid teaching has become the norm, where we've got a majority of people in the classroom and some at a distance. And that, I think, in some ways, it's a big challenge for staff. Our staff have done a great job in maintaining that access to education, but I think we need to look at that if it's designed to be a future model. And just the final thing is I finished being dean about a week ago. That I guess gives me a bit more freedom to talk about some of the challenges in some ways, because I'm no longer representing as dean, but it's I do actually bring the experience of the last 5 years here. So let me kick off then on retention. Retention is a major challenge for us, especially of our international faculty members. And that's because in the first instance and primarily because of these national restrictions. So and the same is happening to international businesses in China. So in this sense, if we look at it from the IB field, we're just like other international businesses. It's very hard to get people into the country. It's relatively easy to leave, but it's very hard to get in terms of visa processing, getting health checks done. And then in terms of a university, we insist on people having a month of quarantine before they're allowed to work on campus. National restrictions are 2 to 3 weeks, but the university insists on a month. Flight costs are astronomical compared with the past. It's typically about $7,000 from US or Europe to get to China. And tickets are very limited, flights are cancelled, things like that. So that again is restricting the mobility of staff. That was one of our key selling points in the past, that you could be in China, but you could travel internationally relatively easily. There's some staff have been fearful of lockdowns like that in Shanghai. We've had just some very local ones in Ningbo, in particular housing communities, but nothing that's been particularly problematic. But the general feeling is increasingly that COVID preventions are much worse than getting COVID itself. The Chinese government has a very strong zero COVID policy, and people are more afraid of the policy than they are of COVID, to be quite honest, especially if they've been vaccinated, which we've promoted a lot within the university. So what's happening at the moment, and our challenge in retention, is the rest of the world is opening up and China is staying relatively closed. North Korea is still more closed, so China isn't the most closed place in the world, and one or two of the Pacific Islands. But really, China is out of line with what's happening in the rest of the world. That's, if you're looking for the Chinese government point of view, is to maintain zero COVID, the health of the nation, and avoid some of the major public health issues that have happened elsewhere. I would say that some of our university level policies haven't helped either. We've shifted towards, in our contract renewals, because people typically have 5-year contracts. And then after 2 contracts, they get on the permanent staff. There's been an emphasis on journal metrics for contract renewal and promotion. And that policy has been, in a sense, been implemented retrospectively. Like many other deans in other places, HR micromanagement is a problem. The HR department's micromanagement. We want to change somebody from HR and OB to HR. That requires top management approval because it's a major allocation of resources decision. I can see others who've seen the same thing too. At the same time, I'm told as a dean that I'm free to deploy my resources as I wish. So that's another challenge. And it has meant then sometimes delays or problems when we've got good people just to get them. And the other thing the university has been is very insistent on on-site presence for teaching rather than distance, whereas some of our competitors have been more flexible in allowing distance teaching for at least for part of the year. So the challenges we've got of retention are, I say, partly because of China, partly because of some of our university policies. We've been doing things to mitigate that. So for example, this summer, those who travel back to their home country are getting compensated for the additional flight costs. But as I say, overall, retention is a major challenge, definitely for us. Other things about that, I think there's an unintended consequence, which is a reduction in the internationalization of our faculty. I've looked at the figures from 2018 to 2021, the proportion of faculty who are international went down by 10%, from 60% to 50%. And within the international faculty, those with a Chinese, if you've got ethnic background, has increased. In terms of diversity, one positive trend is the proportion of women went up from 39% to 46% in the faculty. So we've got a challenge there if we want to maintain our position as being very international. You could argue we're doing a good job of localization if you look at it from that point of view, international business. But actually our distinguishing feature is the very international faculty. So that means that we now are focusing a lot on recruitment. And within that, we really want to attract faculty from outside China. I mean, that's not to discriminate against those from China, but we want to increase the awareness outside China of the opportunities of working in China. I mean, for those who are looking for jobs, there's a high demand for international academic staff from joint venture universities and joint and international programs in China. So there are good opportunities here. It's actually very easy to move inside China at the moment. And what hasn't been happening so much in universities, the pay for language teachers and especially kindergarten teachers has been rocketing. So because where people are looking for native speakers. In academic world, we're obviously not quite the same, but I would say that currently in China, salaries are internationally competitive on the one hand, and living costs are lower. So actually, from a living point of view, there's a lot of positives. Of course, there are some things that are perhaps more of a barrier. There's a perception of China as less attractive as a place due to some of the geopolitical situation. On the ground, it's not something we feel particularly here in a joint venture university. So haven't seen such changes as have happened perhaps in the outside world. There are some more bureaucratic barriers. People have to get things like non-criminal record certificates and things like that. So there's been some more bureaucratic barriers, but our HR department is relatively good at getting through those, but it just takes time. The biggest change, and I think this will change, but I don't know when, is of course it's much less easy for us to connect internationally through conferences, international visits, and so on. At the moment, we've got the money, but we can't spend it. So we've got great resources for that. And it's one of the things that attracts faculty to us, but that's the challenge at the moment. The other thing is it's difficult to move families here, again, because of visa reasons. But that means if you do not need to move a family, that again means maybe it's less competitive to get that job that you'd like. The quality standards won't change, but perhaps there's a little less competition in sometimes than you might expect for some of the really good jobs. So we are recruiting. There's particularly, we've got opportunities in international business strategy, organizational behavior, HR. We're also looking more generally in the digital areas, business analytics and so on, that can connect with other areas like HR, international business, marketing, and so on. Most of you probably haven't heard of Ningbo. It's a pretty major part of the world economy. It just happens to be the world's #1 cargo port. It's the world's #3 container port. But a lot of people outside China haven't heard of it. It's probably the world's biggest cluster of hidden champions and a real base of emerging market multinationals. So just quickly to sum up, there's a lot of international universities in China. We've got some challenges of retention at the moment, but that's actually creating more opportunities for others. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Martin. Nottingham, China is, it's called joint venture university in China. It's supposed to be very international, and perception, from the students and other stakeholders, and this is really an international. So there are some unique challenges. Okay, so now let's move on to Dean Ma, Tiezhou Ma, the Dean of School of Business, East China University of Science Technology. So you may have a different situation, different challenges about faculty recruitment and retention. Yeah, Dean Ma, please.
Thank you, Professor Li. Please allow me to shortly introduce our school. Our school was formally established in 1990, but its history can be traced back to 1983. So next year we will celebrate our 4th anniversary. Our school have 5 departments, including economics and both economics and management disciplines. So the 5 departments are Department of Management Science and Engineering, Department of Business Administration, Department of Accounting, Department of Finance, and Department of Economics. So now totally we have around 170 former faculties, I mean full-time faculties. So let me also share with you the recruitment procedure here. So in our university, as a public university, we have several stages in the process of the faculty recruitment. Our school mainly works and plays a role in the first stage. At this stage, firstly, every department will evaluate and select candidates and then submit it to the school level, the school, and we have a committee in the school. The committee at the school will evaluate the candidates again, and after this evaluation, we will submit the candidates to the university. Usually, every year we get quite a lot of applications. For example, last year we have more than 100 formal applications. We also have a lot of, it's informal applications. So those people show interesting to join our university, to join our school, and they send me emails to discuss the possibilities of joining our schools. But finally, they didn't submit the formal applications. Maybe some of them have another options, or some of them feel it's quite difficult to join our school. So as I say, last year we have more than 100 applications, and finally only 3 candidates were accepted. Although we have a lot of applications, we feel the average quality of applicants still need to be improved. We are ECUST is a key university in China. And we think we are a good school located at a relatively attractive place, which is in Shanghai, although we just experienced a big pandemic, but we are recovering little by little. So our school could be attractive for some applicants, but obviously at Shanghai, we are not as famous and attractive as the business school or management school of Shanghai Jiao Tong University or Fudan University. So we really need to compete with them to attractive, good applicants. We are trying to let more scholars, let more potential candidates know our school through different ways, and we try to attract more good applicants. As I mentioned, our school mainly works and plays a role in the first stage of the recruitment. After we selected the candidates, we submit them to the university. If a candidate applies for a position of associate professor or professor, the university will ask several external experts to evaluate the candidate. And the candidate who passed this external evaluation will join a defense, which is held by the university with a committee organized with a committee, and the members of the committees from different fields, mostly from other schools of our university. And one lesson here is that the candidate should be aware that in this defense, he or she has to convince these committee members from different fields that he or she is qualified for the position. he or she should try to let committee members from different fields understand the importance and advantages of her or his work. This might be not easy because the candidate might have no enough experience to explain her or his work to audience from different fields. I would say a good candidate should have the ability to explain her or his work clearly to different audience. But sometimes the candidate might not know the committee members are from different fields. So it makes sense to remind the candidate before joining the defense that the committee members are from different fields, that he or she can be well prepared. As I mentioned in the beginning, we have 5 departments, and the total number of our students exceeds 5,000. So it's quite a lot of number of students. Half of them are undergraduates and half of them are graduate students, including around 2,000 MBA or MBA, MPACC, and MF. So we have quite a lot of teaching load. So when recruitment, we really need to find someone who can make good balance between research and teaching. Thus, we can make progress in both teaching and research efficiently. I totally believe that the teaching and research could be not conflict each other, but our faculty really need to make balance. I mean, mainly the time input for research and teaching, and we hope they can do big progress in both teaching and research. And so finally, I would say internalization is one of our strategies. So we would like to recruit faculties with more cross-cultural background. And in recent years, we have seen increasing number of applications from abroad, either Chinese people who are working or studying abroad, or foreigners who wish to move to Shanghai. So I think in the following years, we will try to hire more candidates with cross-cultural background. That's what I go to sharing at this stage. Thank you, Professor Lee.
Okay, well, thank you, and Dean Mar. So this is a really different situation for ECUST, located in Shanghai with really top competitors in China and also probably internationally. So now let's move to Dean Charles Moses. Yeah, please, Dean Moses.
Thank you very much, Dean Lee. It's good to talk shop with a bunch of deans. Dean Smith and Dean Lee and I have a long relationship. We go back and we collaborate. The Jesuit school, business school deans in the United States have should I call them a syndicate? We operate in concert, let's just put it like that.
Not collusion.
But we share a lot of resources, and it's very, very valuable resource for each other. Very, very strong group, and I really have enjoyed working with them. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks, I'll be leaving University of San Francisco next week. Next week is my last week, and moving on to University of the Pacific, which is in Stockton, California, about 85 miles east of San Francisco. But I do want to talk a little bit about USF, and I think Zahn and Dale know a lot about it already, but we are a Jesuit school. We're based in the city of San Francisco, the only Jesuit university based in the city of San Francisco. And very similar to Zahn, we are on the doorstep of Silicon Valley, which is a tremendous, tremendous draw for students and faculty. Everybody wants to have some affiliation, but some of the stuff that goes on in Silicon Valley, and we have those relationships, and students benefit from them, and of course our faculty benefit from them as well. We have 8 undergraduate programs, 8 graduate programs, a little bit less than 3,000 students, about 350, 400 graduate students, investor, undergraduate students spread across the 8 programs. Like everyone else, we've been navigating the pandemic. And so we're now at the end of our first semester of kind of business resumption, and things look pretty good. We had some incidents where we had some outbreaks, but nothing that was unmanageable. And so now we are, as a matter of strategic priority, considering the future and what we will do with this newly gained online capability. I call it online muscle that we have, and how are we going to use that going forward? We're in a very competitive environment. We have Stanford to the south and University of California, Berkeley to the east, immediate east, both international schools. And so we have to find areas where we can operate profitably. One area of success, I mentioned it in my opening remarks, we have found a number of organizations in the United States and in the Bay Area in particular that are really hard pressed to hold on to. This is the era, as we know, the Great Resignation, and they are hard pressed to hold on to skilled employees. And so we've found a very fruitful opportunity for us to provide academic services, not just certificate programs or professional programs, but actually providing full-blown academic degree granting programs for them. And we have that relationship with Anderson Consulting, which is based here in San Francisco. So we now have an MBA program. The first cohort starts next week, 50 students, and they're promising us up to 400 internationally. So you can see that's a real deal. We have 85 current MBA students. So if we get 400 students, that makes us a significant growth in our population, graduate population. Similarly, they're promising us about 120 to 130 MA and accounting students. So again, this is a significant growth. I think it's an area of opportunity for growth, because companies really are looking to retain skilled employees. We also, San Francisco is a great city in many respects, but also highly dystopian. You have some of the greatest, most iconic brands located right next to some of the worst human suffering anywhere. People shooting drugs and things like that right in the street of San Francisco. And then from an academic perspective, it is really a wonderful place in which to think about ways in which you could work to improve society. So we have another arrangement with the City of San Francisco Police Department, where we're going to be training the next generation of police officers. For those of you who may not be aware, policing in the United States is a very, very, very controversial issue. So we're going to be working with the police department in San Francisco such that we will provide for undergraduate students who are desirous of being police officers 4 years of public administration training. And when they graduate, when they finish their undergraduate degree, they will immediately be commissioned as police officers in San Francisco. And there are a number of other police departments in the Bay Area that indicated their interest in that program. So to step away from the programs, what we do, very much like Don's program and Dale's program, we see ourselves as kind of trying to really interface and work on the most controversial issues in society. We train our students to do that. We have a very, very strong social justice bent. And as a business school dean, it's a delight for me to be able to work on some of these issues. And so that very much aligns with our strategic focus at USF and our values. And so that's kind of the main things that we're working on. And as far as recruitment is concerned, we've been very fortunate in that area. Our biggest limit is we've been under budget constraints because of the pandemic. Our enrollments have not been what they needed to be. So we've been kind of curtailing to a large degree some of our academic hiring. I am in the process of doing, I think, 3 or 4 hires over the last month to kind of start building back our degree, our tenure track faculty complement. So I'm excited about that. But for quite a few years, like maybe the last 2.5 years, we didn't do much hiring at all. And so we are a little bit top heavy in terms of senior faculty as opposed to tenure track faculty. And we're trying to balance that out with an eye towards the future. And as far as diversity is concerned, diversity is a key variable, a key construct in our strategic plan. Every school we have has their own individual diversity, equity, and inclusion plans. Mine involves bringing in more women, bringing in more international faculty. And so we're working towards that. We also, diversity, equity, inclusion in our business school also means diversity, equity, inclusion in the leadership of our school. So we have just taken some major strides in terms of, I'll be replaced by a woman, and I am replacing the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, which is the #2 position in the school, with a woman from the faculty. So we are continuing to work and try to perfect that, even as up to my last day on the job. So there's so much is going on. We've got the enrollment, we've got new programs, we've got business analytics program that's doing well. We've got a marketing intelligence graduate program that's doing very well. It's an exciting upside for us. We think we're going to grow significantly over the next few years on both our graduate, undergraduate enrollments. The San Francisco students love it. Students want to, if you had to go to school, undergraduate school, San Francisco was a great place to learn, to be exposed to all the exciting and dynamic opportunities that are here. And we enjoy deep relationships with all of our stakeholders, all of the corporations and our alumni. So it's a very good institution, it's well set up, very, very well, strong leadership. And so it's just a good time. And so I'll stop there, but we're glad to be a part of this group. And I always enjoy talking shop with my fellow deans around the world.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And Dean Moses. Now let's welcome Dean Dale Smith from Loyola Marymount University. Yeah, Dean Smith, please.
Thanks, and it's an honor to be here. And like Charles and John, also at a Jesuit Catholic institution. Loyola Marymount University is located in Los Angeles, just 10 minutes from LAX. And in fact, when we talk about attracting and retaining faculty, I think the big key words, at least where I am, is location, location, location. And while there is the financial markets that Zahn talked about, and with Charles, the Silicon Valley, who knew that right here in LA, just literally over the bluff, as I look down from my office, I see 10 acres of Google, 2 acres of Facebook, Hulu, YouTube, EA. I mean, if we were using slides, I'd show you a slide of all of the companies, 300 marketing and design firms within about 10 square miles of us. And that area is known as Silicon Beach. I can be at the beach in literally 7 minutes from campus. That's helped attract some students. And then being close to the airport really does put us at the core of the Pacific Rim. It's so easy to get back and forth to the airport. Now, of course, once you get to Terminal 1 in LAX, it may take a good 40 minutes to get to Terminal 8 around the loop. We're, as a private Jesuit comprehensive university, we have 7 colleges and schools. And I share this because it's important to how we attract faculty. We have business and law, the law school, but we also have a school of film and television, and we're in the entertainment capital of the world. Science and engineering, communication and fine arts, school of education, graduate school, and then liberal arts and the humanities. Where this is really important in terms of attracting faculty is that we're really committed to interdisciplinarity. How might the deans of these different 7 colleges work together to create programs where we can be unique? Like Charles, who plays in the backyard of Stanford and Berkeley, I play in the backyard of USC and UCLA, 2 large R1 institutions. So it's really important to differentiate. And as Zahn shared earlier, the notion of what is your strategic direction? What makes you unique? All of these things are really important. Now in our business school, in the College of Business, we're about 2,000 undergraduates, give or take. That's a significant growth. And I think that also says something about the market for business school faculty. When I arrived 4 years ago to LMU, there were 1,630 undergraduates. But over the last 4 years, the growth in the business school has gone up significantly. I mean, plus 400 or 500 students. And I think why this is important is the overall growth of our undergraduate body hasn't grown. So there seems to be this real preference for students want to study business, which then becomes an issue of we have to plan for this kind of growth, and that means needing more faculty. We're also looking at how do we ensure flexibility. So I loved hearing about my colleagues who are hiring in unique areas, We hired a sociologist who can teach leadership, but also can build bridges to the School of Social, to the social sciences. We're doing a lot with the School of Engineering and cluster hiring. We know that entrepreneurship is one of our core competencies. So how might we take that, working with other people in the different universities, in the law school and the School of Science and Engineering, to think about cluster hires, where in the entrepreneurship and innovation space, there's a real opportunity to bring people together. Our law school is known for its work in disabilities. I just hired my first business strategy person who does research in business and the disability environment. So we're really looking at ways to build bridges with schools, and I think that's really unique. Like my colleagues, we have a number of graduate programs. I have about 300 grad students and growing. It's doubled in the last 4 years. When I'll be real honest, 4 years ago, our graduate programs were on life support. Now we have a portfolio of 7 programs, an MBA, really terrific EMBA, a Master's of Science in Management for non-business undergrads who then do a 4+1 into the Master's of Management. We have a Master's of Science in Accounting. This fall, we'll have a Master's of Science in Taxation. And like Charles talked about the connections with Anderson Consulting, our MST, we're working very closely with Deloitte to really attract diversity in the MST program and draw students with scholarships to increase the diversity in the talent pipeline. We have an international program called the Masters of Global Entrepreneurial Management, which I know Charles is very familiar with, as is Zahn. It was started at USF with ECUST in Spain and Fuyan University in Taipei. We're the new American partner. And I see potential there, particularly post-pandemic, when people have not had a chance to study abroad. This is a wonderful opportunity to add a year to an undergraduate experience and be able to spend 2 of your 3 semesters abroad. But going back to the interdisciplinarity theme, and this I think can be very exciting in attracting new faculty, we have 2 new programs that we're working with. One is with the School of Film and Television, where we'll offer a Master's of Entertainment, Leadership, and Management. This is gaming and esports. It's television, it's all new forms of content. And when those industries literally in our backyard, if we had a funicular, we could actually take it down the bluff and actually land in, IMAX's backyard or EA's backyard. This is a really exciting opportunity to have faculty who really want to focus on a specific industry connection. That's really easy to do. We're also developing a program, a new DBA, a Doctor of Business Administration, applied research, again, really linking to industry partnerships because it all comes back to location, location, location. And so many people in the LA area are looking for chapter 2 in their careers. We've all 6 of us here on this particular area have had industry leaders come in and teach classes and be an adjunct faculty. As they start to think about what their chapter 2 looks like, we're looking to carve out a market for that DBA. But that also means the faculty that we attract, we hope will do that. So just to give you a concrete example, you all may be familiar with the Razor scooters. Those scooters, the CEO, has got that company running pretty well. Now he's teaching an international marketing class for us a couple of times a year. And he's looking for his chapter 2. The guy's, I think, in his late 40s. I mean, this is a great opportunity for him, but it's also a great opportunity for our faculty to work with these chief executive officers, with C-suite individuals, to be able to work on really meaningful research that can be practically applied in industry. Like my colleagues, we're very strategically focused, and attracting, developing, and retaining the highest quality diverse faculty is one of the key areas in our strategic plan. And I kind of divide that into basically what's the value proposition of coming to an LMU. And I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second, but let me talk about the challenges that we haven't discussed. We've all mentioned competition. I think all of us fight the salary game. And here's where my concern is in terms of what's happening with faculty recruiting. The command to be able to recruit talent is requiring salaries that at schools that do not have huge endowments, like my neighbors to the east and the neighbors to the west, the R1 institutions, what's going to be sustainable? We're getting to a point where unless I have donors who can give me endowments that will generate at 5%, do the math, it's a lot of money, to hire new PhDs, I have trouble competing for some of the best and brightest faculty. I'm hoping that the fact that many business schools are offering DBAs will allow us to bring those Chapter 2 faculty who can be fantastic teachers in the classroom and do meaningful research to advance our knowledge and have practical industry things. So I think that's something we're going to have to do. We cannot continue to raise college tuition. That's unsustainable. So then how do you deal with the salary and wage demand, particularly in inflationary times, and then make it doubly difficult, put us in areas like New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles. You're talking about some of the most expensive regions in the world. There's also a great need in business schools staying relevant. So I think one of our other challenges is the need for emerging expertise. The topic of the conference in terms of energy and sustainability, fintech, cyber security, blockchain, all of these things are emerging topics that weren't around when we were all in graduate school. And yet these are areas where our current faculty may not have expertise. So how do we develop our current faculty to get that expertise? So we're looking at things like that as a way to attract faculty and also to motivate faculty who are looking to go into a new area. So I'm trying to support things like that. Another challenge, dual career couples. You want to hire one faculty member while finding space for their spouse when you look at all of the labor laws that affect how you do recruiting is a significant challenge. Now, the other hand, being in a city where there's 300 or a region where there's over 300 colleges and universities, we might have an easier time. But my best hires over the last 2 years is the partner or the spouse had a job at Google or Facebook or was a professor at another university. One of our newest accounting faculty, his wife is at a law firm here. So when you can look and target for those, dual career opportunities, I think that's really helpful. I think the other thing we have to do to attract and retain faculty is start thinking about tenure track and clinical faculty and your adjunct faculty and to redetermine what the mix is. 10 years ago, you only wanted to hire, no matter what kind of school you were, R1 faculty and making sure they were publishing in the FT50 and the A-star journals. That was the real challenge. But those folks may not be as powerfully impactful in the classroom. And I'm not saying those aren't good things to do, but we need to have a mix. We need to have that. And AACSB is moving us in that direction. What does societal impact look like? We talk about topics like energy and the carbon footprint. Are we going to be rewarding the kind of research that actually makes a difference and results in industry changing its practices for a better and more sustainable world? If we don't reward that work doesn't get done. If we continue to just do citation counts, that work doesn't get done. So at some point, the deans need to, and I'm talking globally, need to say, if we want this to be a sustainable institution that provides impact and truly, truly educates the next generation of leaders, we need to look and see, is our research still relevant, or are we still playing the game of, let me come up with the most sophisticated, complex methodology to absolutely wow you with my formulas, or are we going to talk about things that maybe the C-suite in the companies around the world who can have an impact on climate change can actually use that knowledge and that education to make a difference. Another challenge we have is poaching and counteroffers. The better our schools get and the more we reward our faculty to do great things, they start to look pretty darn good to my competitors out there. And if I can't match the offer, that's a real challenge. We're a teacher-scholar model, so I think the balanced approach does speak to a certain kind of faculty candidate who might want to come here. We offer a really responsible, I think, teaching load where it's over 2 years. They'll teach 2, 2, 2, 3. So our teaching load is similar to an R1, but yet, and it allows for research, but it also allows for more balanced life. And I think that sometimes has been compelling. So what are our value propositions? I've talked about location. I've talked about the teacher-scholar model. I think it's important that deans create cultures where we talk about the community of scholars. These are not just individuals who are working on their own to generate the research on their own and they go to class because that's part of the job, but really creating communities where students and faculty are interacting with each other. And I think that's on us deans to try to create that kind of community. We've got to work more effectively with grants, both corporate grants and the foundations, because that helps us to generate the extra additional bonuses that help faculty stay. The last thing I'll point out, and I think it's been really helpful for me at LMU, is the focus on mission and strategy has enabled us to really help reward faculty who want to do work that makes societal impact. We're a signatory to PRIME, so Principles of Responsible Management Education and the Sustainable Development Goals, really making that powerful. We do programming that reaches out to the community through a grant that we have through JP Morgan Chase and LISC, working with University of Washington's Foster School. It's a program called Ascend, where we're doing entrepreneurship training with people in the community, under a most marginalized community, women, people of color in our communities, to turn their entrepreneurial ventures to $1 million+ in valuation. Programs like that. We're also the only school that at least currently, are the only cyber school that received a cyber grant for the Center of International Business Education and Research that only gives master's degrees. Every other cyber school has a PhD program. So we'll probably join that when we get our DBA, but for now I'm going to brag about the fact that we're the only master's institution as a business school. I know we're just about out of time, so I'll stop there, but I hope I've talked a little bit about what some of the challenges are that we're going to face around attracting and developing, retaining, but also where the value proposition can make a difference and how you can partner to bring in those bonuses and incentives that convince a faculty member that this is a good place to be.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dean Smith. I am really delighted that you have covered a number of issues I wanted to ask about, and then also I guess it's probably some of the audience want to ask about, like covering salary and covering, and this research requirement. It has to be, and the broad impact, then citations, all these kind of things are very, very important, critical. Okay, and I happen to notice, and AACSB has just posted one short article about Reward B School, talking about the emphasis on societal impact instead of other things about B School. So maybe I'll just give one quick question. I'll see if there are other questions from audience. So looking toward the future and given this recognition of for the business school to make a broader impact, in particular societal impact, and then what do you think that the recruitment or retention will be quite a bit different in the future? Okay, so I just wanted, it can, from any of the deans here, your insights about the future faculty recruitment and given this backdrop. Anyone want to give a try? Okay, Dean Smith.
I think the positive aspects of moving towards societal impact is to broaden what constitutes excellent research. And I think that can be very, very helpful in both attracting diverse faculty who want to do meaningful work that makes a difference to the planet. And I think it makes us think not to lower our standards, but to broaden our standards, to look beyond the FT50, to look beyond A-star. Are there other places where we can have excellent research? What that does is that provides us a wonderful opportunity to really attract and retain faculty who wouldn't have looked at our schools before, but now we're speaking to them that our mission and what we value aligns with their values. And I think that offers universities a chance to differentiate.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Dean Lee, please.
Yeah, I like to tag along with Dean Smith's comment. I think we talk about carbon neutrality, environment. It presents a great opportunity for Jesuit Catholic University like ours, LMU, USF, and Fairfield, because our mission on social and environment sustainability is an issue of social justice, if you look at that way. So I think it's a great opportunity for a school like us, many others, to actually connect what we're all concerned about societally and in recruiting. I do want to emphasize one thing, that from our Fairfield's little world, we connect with Wall Street. We see nowadays major banks are establishing new position called Chief Officer of ESG. ESG, many of you know, called environment, society, and governors. So I see more and more corporations, particularly in the banking industries, have chief, or C-level officers leading that effort. So that, again, is a great opportunity for research, great opportunity for recruiting like us, and great career opportunity for students.
Okay, quickly, and Dean Moses.
Yeah, I'll just say I want to second what's been said earlier, but also, we've been looking in our society, we had the business roundtable a few years back, and we defined the role of a corporation. And again, this is an opportunity for us as business schools, and we've done it at USF, to start thinking about how do we work with students, prepare students to lead in the modern corporation. It's going to be much more concerned with just adding value for shareholders. And so, the disciplines are growing exponentially. And so you asked the question about recruitment and retention. AACSB is giving us a lot more latitude to hire practitioners, what I call practitioner scholars. And I think that's going to be very, very helpful going forward. And so we're doing that as well. So we can respond much more quickly to become a lot more agile in responding to what the workforce needs and what our students are going to need.
Okay, thank you, Dean Moses. Martin, please.
Just a quick comment, reinforce the others, but I think there is an opportunity that there's a more diverse business school faculty. Our students want people who can connect the knowledge, the ideas to practice. The traditional academic route doesn't do that. In fact, that's almost seen as a negative. I'll give one very quick example. If you look at the jobs our graduates go into, quite a few will go into jobs that involve sales. Probably 10 times as many as go into marketing. We probably have more than 10 times as many marketing faculty as those concerned with sales. That's an example of the disconnect. So I think there's an opportunity here to have a combination of some people who are more focused on what one might call the pure teaching, the educationalists, those who are concerned about practice and using research that affects practice in particular, and then some who are more concerned, one might say, with the more rigorous academic research. Unfortunately, at the moment, at least in our university, that middle category is problematic. But I think there's a great opportunity there, and that would significantly enhance the role of business schools.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, we are really running out of time. So I really enjoyed this panel, and there are really a lot more to discuss. To talk about, because this is really essential for the business school. But anyway, and thank you very much for this very exciting, insightful session. And so Dean Lee, Dean Martin Lockett, and Dean Moses, and Dean Ma, and also Dean Smith. Thank you all very much. Okay.
Thank you.
And then I want to, thank you. Then I want to turn the floor to the next panel moderators and Professor Roger Chen and Professor Kurt Gibbs. So the floor is yours. Yeah, thank you for your patience.
Okay, hello, thank you, Lei. Hello, everyone. Actually, now we are proceeding to the next panel, which is the executive panel. Today we organized, we invited several experts, who are practitioners in this field. And also Kurt will kind of work with me as a co-moderator. So I will briefly kind of introduce Kurt to the audience, then, hand over the, the session to Kurt. Kurt basically is the executive and, also served as a board members in several companies, and his last position as the chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce in Shanghai. So he got a great kind of expertise in a wide variety of areas. So without further ado, maybe I just kind of pass the session to Kurt. So Kurt, you can go ahead.
Great, thanks so much, Roger. It's a pleasure to be here and to be hosting this and to moderate this next panel. First, I just want to say how fascinating the last panel was. It was really a rare treat to hear that interaction between deans of various business schools all over the world. And I think we're going to try to replicate that by, we've also brought a panel of experts also from all over the world. So we're going to have pretty good global coverage here. what we're going to do here is, as Roger mentioned, we're really going to focus on the commercial aspects of this question about carbon neutrality and climate change. So we're really going to focus on business operations, and so that's why we've brought people really from the business world. And again, we have turbulent times. All kinds of different things are happening. The war in Ukraine we've referred to, and various things. Also, U.S.-China relations are very challenging, and that's come up in earlier discussions as well. The climate change, though, part is often referred to as kind of the bright spot, or the area of most opportunity, let's say, between the U.S. and China. But let's drill down on that, and maybe we can have some of our executives comment on that. Also, a couple of issues that have come up already in the conference today. I've been monitoring the Q&A box, which has some very interesting conversation going on. Two questions have come up in the Q&A already. One is the question of China's climate goals. And most people think that they're actually quite aggressive, this so-called 30-60. So China has committed to having peak carbon emissions by 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality by 2060, which sounds very aggressive, but somebody in the Q&A brought that up and said, is that aggressive enough? Does that actually save our planet? Or do those goals really need to be revised? The second question that's come up in the Q&A already, which was fascinating, was this question of coal. And we're going to have to address that within the context of what China is doing. So those are a lot of questions on the table. With that, let's get started. We're going to bring in our panelists kind of one by one. The first person, I want to bring in Ron Zheng. And I want to start with Ron because he's a senior partner with Roland Berger, which is a global management consulting and strategy firm. Ron is based in Shanghai and leads a team focused on automotive and mobility. But also what's interesting about Roland Berger as a firm, they recently co-authored a white paper together with the European Chamber of Commerce on exactly this topic, on China's ambitions to achieve carbon neutrality. So why don't we start there? So Ron, let's start with you. Can you just give us, maybe start us off with an overview of where you think China is today with respect to achieving its goals, and what do you think are the biggest challenges ahead for China?
Yes, thank you, Kurt. Can you hear me well?
Yes, fine.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, very happy to have the chance to join this panel, and also maybe I can start off by sharing some of I would say my personal observations, and also as Kerr mentioned, we have recently also jointly worked with the European Chamber of Commerce to talk about this topic, and also we get a chance to speak to quite a bit of the different sides of the opinion, and also but especially for the voices from the industries. I think as Kerr mentioned, I would say the general summary will be the goals are very clear. The dual targets of peaking emissions before 2030, and also achieving this carbon neutrality by the year of 2060, as announced, I think back in September 2020 by President Xi Jinping at the UN General Assembly. However, the path to get there is, I would say, is still in the making process, because we have a quite clear input that there will be a 1+N framework. Basically, it's the roadmap to this carbon neutrality. And I would say there is still a lot of ongoing perspectives towards that 1+N. The one which has been quite clearly, I would say, steered by this general development philosophy for the N, which meaning the different routes or activities towards the carbon neutrality is still in the process. From my way of looking at it, I think the scale of the task means China needs to address quite some issues as soon as possible. Because if you look at the facts, basically it is the world's largest CO2 footprint all the way back in 2024. in the absolute terms, and it is still rising. And also it accounts for about 1/3 of the global CO2 emissions today. The economic growth of China is still largely dependent on the manufacturing for both domestic consumption and also export. The transition to an economic model predicated on services and also on consumption is still on the way. At the same time, we also need to be aware of that China is still on the way of development. So sometimes it has a bit of the competing policy objectives to simultaneously achieve what we call ensuring energy security and also the economic growth. So this is kind of like an overall situation that, we are seeing here. When we say what are the core, or let's say the top challenges to China achieving this carbon neutrality, one is that how to reduce the dependency on the cheap energy, and also how to reduce the codependence while maintaining the energy security. So these are really the two, I would say, core challenges to be faced of by the country. Of course, the renewable energies has a key role to play because it is also being discussed and announced that China is targeting 80% of its energy coming from non-fossil fuel source by the year of 2060. However, the barriers hinder the uptake of renewable energy in terms of policy, in terms of economic support, because it's pretty straightforward. There is very high upfront costs to invest in renewable infrastructure, while there is a lot of SMEs, they might lack this purchasing power. Also, the technology barrier might hinder access somehow, because most renewable energy production in West and also their demand in the East, so there is a need for storage and transmission infrastructure has to be built. At the same time, I would say the role of this alternative fuel source is still in the way of definition, because there will be definitely clear policies needed so companies can make investment decisions. So I think these are a few perspectives I want to bring on the table. Maybe last but not least, on the national ETS, the trading system, it is launched in July 2021. It is still in the early stage of development. So, but however, I think China is well placed to learn from the European experience as they have the most established carbon market. Yeah. Maybe so far so much for now, and then we can talk further.
That's terrific, Ron. Thank you very much for that overview. Fascinating. I mean, the 80% of non-fossil fuel, that sounds like a very high number. And but the question is, is it going to be enough? Let's come back to you, Ron, a little bit later, and we want to hear more about kind of how your clients are viewing this and maybe some of the challenges that they're facing. But first, let's bring in one of our other panelists. I want to bring in Wei-Tai Kwok. Wei-Tai has got a very interesting background. He's a business leader, but he's also a public official. Earlier in his career, he worked for one of the Chinese solar companies, Suntech, that many of us are familiar with. And he actually set up Suntech's first overseas solar panel factory in Arizona in 2010. Wei-Tai is now on the storage side. Actually, he's the managing director of Thule Energy Storage, and so maybe he'll be kind enough to tell us about that. But Wei-Tai also sits on the Lafayette City Council in Northern California. He's a climate activist working with former U.S. Vice President Al Gore in his climate reality project. So let's bring in Wei-Tai to the conversation. Wei-Tai, can you maybe, now that we've heard about sort of the overview from China, can you give us an overview of what does this look like for California, and how is the state of California approaching carbon neutrality?
Well, thank you very much, Kerr and Roger, for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to be part of today's conference. Ni hao, everybody overseas. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm coming in from San Francisco, my hometown in California. And as you mentioned, I work in clean tech, but I'm also an elected local city official. And so I think my comments are really at the intersection of business and government policy. And so when you ask the question about California, I want to frame this by saying that California is, if we were a country, we would be the 5th largest economy in the world. We have a 40 million person population, and we have set carbon neutrality goals to do our part, to try to do our part in the United States. And we want to grow our economy, but also reduce our carbon footprint at the same time. So today's topic about how to achieve carbon neutrality is of great interest to me as a Californian and as a business person. So let me talk about, from California's point of view, how we will achieve carbon neutrality by 2045, which is a goal that Governor Jerry Brown set only back in 2018. And I'll talk about that through 3 major policy areas: clean energy, clean cars, and clean buildings, those 3. And in the clean energy or the clean electricity area, we have a goal by 2045 to decarbonize our electricity 100% by 2045 to be carbon free. In the clean cars area, we have a new executive order from Governor Gavin Newsom to ban gasoline powered cars by 2035. And that today, transportation accounts for 40% of California's greenhouse gas emissions. So it's very important that we do something about our transportation. And finally, the newest sector that we're working on, and maybe the hardest, would be clean buildings. And in this, I want to point out the city of Berkeley, California, which in 2020, a few years ago, was the first city in America to ban natural gas in new construction. So if you're building a new home, or if you're building a new office building or store, you are not allowed to use fossil fuel, methane, natural gas in that building. You have to make an all-electric building, which, of course, electricity can be powered by renewables. And so ever since Berkeley did that just 2 years ago, there have now been 55 other local cities in California, including Los Angeles, who just passed it a few weeks ago, to require all-electric new building construction, no natural gas. So I'm very proud of that. And so that's what's sort of happening in California in terms of clean electricity, clean transportation, and clean buildings. Let me pivot just a little to focus on my little town of Lafayette, which has 25,000 people, to say that in my town, today, every resident and business already has access to electricity that's 98.6% carbon free. And so it's almost, every home here amazingly has nearly carbon-free electricity. So we're 23 years ahead of the 2045 goal of being carbon-free on our electricity. That's just totally amazing. Now, in the cars and transportation area, we need to do more with EV charging infrastructure in our buildings. Our city is not one of the 55 cities that passed that new building ordinance. So we're looking at trying to get our community engaged on all electric buildings. So I'm looking forward to discussing how individuals, cities, and states can become part of the solution. Part of my background here behind me is what I did in my own home just 2-3 years ago to get rid of all fossil fuel appliances and replace them with heat pump mini splits, which of course are very common in China, but not common in the United States. There are heat pump water heaters. There's an induction electric cooktop on the right, and behind me is my electric fireplace. And so those are just examples that I'll talk a little bit later about supply chain wise of where we need to get those technologies to decarbonize and make our homes zero emissions. Thank you very much, Karan, and looking forward to the conversation.
Interesting. That's fascinating, Wei Tai. We were wondering what the background was all about. So that's your personal collage of your contribution to carbon neutrality. Fascinating and really interesting about the city of Lafayette setting its own goals, and so we can come back to that. Lafayette, not much of industrial base there, to be fair, residential, but still the buildings is certainly an impact. By the way, I want to just say to the audience, get ready with your questions. We are going to save time at the end for audience Q&A, so we'll collect those in the Q&A box. So please go ahead and start dropping those things in there. Also, we're getting a little bit of background noise, so anybody who's not speaking, just go ahead and mute if you would, please. So now we've heard about, let's move around geographically here. We've heard from China, we've heard from California, sometimes referred to as the People's Republic of California, the 5th largest economy if it were a country, as Wei Tai had pointed out. Let's turn to Europe and bring in our good friend, Dr. Philip Reinisch. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. And also a special thank you to Philip for coming in and being in Europe. It is, I think, about 4 a.m. in the morning. So we really appreciate you taking the time, Philip. Philip is the founder of something called Silk Road 4.0, which is a think tank that connects thought leaders and executives and technology experts. Philip has a background running large projects for the Federation of Austrian Industries and other large organizations. One of his most recent assignments included managing the Austrian flagship project for autonomous vehicles and connected factories, which is highly relevant to our conversation here. So Philip, if I could, you've heard what we've talked about in China, we've heard about California. So I wonder if you could draw a little bit of comparison here and talk about how you see this from European context. Also, maybe give us a sense, we've heard about this thing called the European Green Deal. Maybe you could share with us your views on that, and maybe elaborate on how this impacts European businesses, if you would, Philip.
Thank you, Kay. A wonderful good morning from Vienna. Thank you, Kay and Roger, for inviting me to this panel discussion. It's a real honor to be here. So in preparation for today's panel, we discussed within our International Silk Road 4.0 team, particularly with Professor Donald Lewis. What we do see in common between the US, China, and the EU is shared commitment to fully implement the 17 SDGs under the UN's 2030 agenda. But the approaches are totally different. The European Green Deal is not only carbon neutrality. One of the distinctive features of the EU Green Deal is the emphasis on the importance of the green economy working in tandem with the digital economy to create a sustainable infrastructure for the future. The EU also highlights the importance of advanced sustainable smart cities, a hallmark of Horizon Europe, if you know, the EU's premier innovation research and funding platform. But what exactly is the European Union's Green Deal? It was presented on December 11th, 2019 by the European Commission. It is the EU's primary new growth strategy to transition the EU economy to a sustainable economic model. To provide you with a framework for reference, the EU budget is roughly 1,074 billion for the 2021 to 2027 period. This long-term budget, also called the multi-annual financial framework, is a 7-year spending plan, allowing the EU to plan and invest in long-term projects. Approximately 1/3 of it, that's 528 billion, is dedicated to the EU Green Deal. But the overall volume of the EU Green Deal totals 1 trillion and thus equals the whole EU budget. The remainder of the total will be sourced through the InvestEU program and from national co-financing. The European Innovation Council has also set aside a 300 million budget to invest in market-creating innovations that contribute to the goals of the EU Green Deal. The European Green Deal aims to transform the EU into a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy. The overarching objective of the EU Green Deal is for the EU to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. The plan is to decouple economic growth from resource use while not leaving anyone or any place behind. But the EU Green Deal is much more than just these 3 topics. It also takes actions in areas such as sustainable industry, mobility, and buildings and renovations, as we've heard before from California. Less well-known activities in preserving biodiversity or a program with the catchy name Farm to Fork, which is a strategy that fosters a fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system. For those who are unaware and wonder, food production uses up half of the Earth's habitable land. Also, a 2019 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report estimated that 21 to 37 of global emissions are derived from food systems. Relevant for this international panel discussion, the European Green Deal also deals with preventing unfair competition from so-called carbon leakage, as Europe's efforts to go climate neutral by 2050 could be undermined by a lack of ambition by international partners. Carbon leakage occurs when companies transfer production to countries that are less strict about emissions. The EU Commission is proposing a carbon border adjustment mechanism to ensure that the price of imports reflects the factual carbon content more accurately. Another action was just very recently published on May 18th, the Repower EU actions. But what is that? Russia's invasion of Ukraine has massively disrupted European and global energy markets. Europe aims to end its dependence on, as they call it, such an unreliable supplier. Repower EU is the European Commission's plan to end dependency on Russian fossil fuel imports by further saving energy, producing clean energy, and diversifying the energy supplies. Another term to be known, the European Commission proposed an initial set of in-between targets to be met by 2030. On July 14th, 2021, the European Commission adopted Fit for 55, a set of policy proposals preparing the implementation of the European Green Deal. In particular, Fit for 55 aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% compared to 1990 levels by 2030. The benefits to European businesses are twofold. For one, sustainability became a mainstream topic due to the political agenda. Consumers are now willing to pay a premium for green products, and companies may find many new business opportunities in this area. In addition, a sophisticated EU funding scheme supports the massive 1 trillion investments that jumpstarts any clean tech projects of European businesses. Having said this, PwC released a report last year. It states that fewer than half of organizations say they are prepared for the EU Green Deal. Companies perceive 4 significant challenges that I just want to quickly mention. 1, a lack of organizational skills and processes to understand all of the implementations and implications of the Green Deal. 2, how to quantify the costs of Green Deal levies. 3, how to benefit from available incentives. And 4, how to maximize the opportunities arriving from decision to more sustainable economies. The good news is that 2/3 of the companies surveyed have already earmarked capital to invest in becoming more sustainable over the next 3 to 5 years. So a lot of business opportunities ahead. I want to conclude with the question, what does this mean for international business with Europe? Essentially, the European Green Deal will impact how products will be produced, transported, distributed, and even packaged. So if your business plans to ship to Europe, prepare for higher standards for social and environmental sustainability in the production and processing of goods and services. But not only that, there will also be an increased demand for information on production processing practices. For SMEs, this may mean putting in place systems for collecting information from our suppliers about production and labor practices and justifying where goods are coming from. This may present challenges, particularly when your production facilities are located in disputed regions. So with that, I want to commence my first comment. Thank you, Care.
Terrific, Philip. Thank you so much for that. And again, thank you for getting up so early in the morning. I'm glad you ended on talking about the sort of the business opportunities. And let's come back to that and talk in more detail about what those opportunities are and how businesses can exploit them. Next, let's bring in John Liu. He works for a large European company, BASF, and John is based in China. John Liu has been the hub leader of procurement at BASF Greater China since 2018. In 2009, when SIBA was integrated into BASF, John had been taking care of regional packaging procurement at BASF, and he's been with BASF and SIBA together for about 18 years, again, based in China. John, can you tell us more about BASF and how your company is approaching carbon neutrality?
Sure, thanks. Can you hear me very well?
Very fine.
Okay, so thanks, Kurt. A short introduction myself. And good morning, everyone. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen in China. And good evening in the United States. And good afternoon, very morning in Europe. So my name is Zhang Lu, and hub leader of Greater China in procurement in Greater China. So I mean that maybe you may know the BSF, or you may not know the BSF. I think that I can shortly introduce of the BSF and procurement. Then is can make you the better understand what's our goal and strategy in sustainability in BSF. And BSF has been the committed partner of Greater China since 1885. And now the BSF currently has the major 26 legal entities wholly owned in BSF, as well as the 10 major joint venture, as well as the maintain a 24 sales office in Greater China. As you may already know that, and with an estimated investment volume of the $10 billion investment in the China, so that will be the Zhanjiang Verbund site will be set up as the largest BSF investment. The whole Verbund site is scheduled to be completed by 2030. So what I wanted to mention of the Verbund site of the Zhanjiang site, that will be the pilot of our green electronic of the sustainability, the Verbund, the greenhouse in the BSF. Back to procurement. Regards to procurement, BSF procurement has direct procurement, such as chemical raw material buying, as well as inter-procurement, such as equipment, packaging, supplies, and service buying, and logistics procurement, such as warehousing, shipping, service, and so on. So in Asia Pacific, so BSF has 5 hubs: Greater China, Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia, ASEAN, and South Asia, as well as category team to manage all procurement activities for whole BSF legal entities and the production. And today, so I would like to thank the ECUST to giving me the very good opportunity to share with you how BSF implements and contributes to the climate protection. And you know that is through the chemistry-based innovation. And 2020 has been dominated by pandemic, which is very serious to all of us. However, we must not let this distract us from one of the greatest challenge of our time, that is the climate changes. So carbon neutrality and sustainability will be the very integral part of BSF corporate strategy. As a leading chemical company, BSF is committed to the protect of the climate and the social and environmental responsibility. And the sustainability is one of the BSF key drivers. It is also an integral part of the BSF core corporate purpose. We create chemistry for sustainability future. As Ro just already mentioned, what's our goal in China of the carbon neutrality and also the sustainability, as well as the California and Europe. So now, I would like to talk about a little bit about industry, business, what our goal and strategy on sustainability in BSF. You know that we first committed to the concept of sustainability in 1984 in BSF. And then we have sustainability aligned our actions with the sustainable principles and practice. Our commitment covers entire value chain. From first one, responsible procurement. Second one is safety and resource efficiency in production. And the third one to sustainable solutions for our customer. And most important, which is people. We want to create value for the environment, society, and business with our products, solutions, and technologies. Okay, therefore, supporting the sustainability roadmap along the value chain, BSF have set ourselves sustainability goals and KPI on effective climate protection. BSF is setting itself even more ambitious goals compared with China, compared with the country's goals on its journey to climate neutrality. In 2020, we update our climate protection goals, which is to reduce our carbon CO2 emissions by 25% by 2030, compared with 2018, and to achieve net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. We have also been pursuing ambitious EHS goals over the past years. For example, to reduce lost time injury rate and process safety incidents. Also, we aim to introduce sustainable water management at all sites in water stress areas and our Vabon site by 2030. We believe business success, meaning not only generating profit, but also creating value for society and environment, which I already saw a lot of mentioned from the deans in each of the universities. With EHS excellence, we will live our corporate purpose. We create chemistry for sustainable future. So this is the goals and the targets on the sustainability and the carbon neutrality in the BASF for 2030 and 2050. Welcome any question regarding to any project and any practice, any experience in BASF, not only in China, but also in worldwide in BASF regarding to business impact about carbon neutrality. Thanks a lot, Kurt.
Terrific, thank you, John. Yeah, and just a reminder to the audience, just start putting those questions in and we'll answer them in real time. So let's go back to Ron, and I want to stay at the firm level. So we've had this overview now of China, and now we've had a discussion from BASF about what they're doing. But let's talk about some of your clients and some of these operating companies that are addressing this issue. What kind of challenges are they having in China? And specifically, I'm curious, right? So John actually brought up this question of, there's the firm goals, and then there's the country level goals, right? So my question for you is, if China itself, right? So you've got new investment in China, and those investments are going to be using energy. And if China isn't moving away from coal fast enough, then the energy consumption affects the equation that each of these firms has with respect to their own goal around carbon neutrality. So it becomes really challenging to put new investments in China until they can move away from coal. So I'm wondering what you're seeing kind of at the client level, Ron.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Kurt. I think indeed those are very kind of pressing questions, and maybe I can share what is my observation. So maybe in two parts. The first is more still what are the, I think I can maybe relate back to the survey, or let's say the study we have done with the European Chamber of Commerce just in 1-2 months' time. So I would say from the respondents, I think one of the key challenges for them is the policy is clear. However, the guidance and also the detailed activities was still a bit unclear to them. So of course there is, I mean, it's a double-sided sword. It depends on how they are individually doing, which maybe I will go in the next topic. But overall, what are their common feedback is that they need indeed more clarity on the 1+N. I mean, as I mentioned, the 1 is pretty clear in terms of the steering direction. However, the N, which is the various action plans for achieving these 30-60 goals across different sectors, or across, let's say, in my sector, which is automotive and mobility, what are the exact activities? I think these are really needs to be rapidly fleshed out. And also in the past, usually all the industries they go by the 5-year planning. So the 14th 5-year planning in China covers between 2020 to 2020 to 2025, and there was a relatively limited guidance between 25 to year 30. So that is another sort of like timeline concern. And I think a lot of players, be it large mega company like BASF, which John just shared, but there is still some large companies, smaller companies. They are very eager to learn what is the guidance or what is the best practices sharing from the different. It could be coming directly from the government or from the NGOs. So this was a bit kind of missing. So for a lot of companies, they are willing to working towards that direction. However, they need a bit more kind of guidance, and especially when they are working, I would say, with the different, let's say, tiers of the government. Usually, they also need to spend quite a bit of time to align on the high-level targets, and also this kind of the breakdown of the activities or the goals at the company level. So I think indeed there's quite a bit of the work to be done. However, I think on the other side, I can also use some of the first-hand feedback or direct comment from my clients, which is who are in automotive. I think it is pretty clear that when we talk about the overall carbon neutrality topic, I mean, there is scope 1, 2, and 3. And a lot of my clients, they are pretty aware of that. It's not, it won't be enough for just manage the scope 1, which meaning the direct emissions that is accountable for the specific company. They also need to spend quite a bit of time to really look into the scope 2 and 3. And in terms of share, within the automotive, then both scope 1 and 2, they combine as somewhere between 20 to 25%, and there is a good 75 to 80% that is lies in the what we call the scope 3, meaning that it is talking about the whole value chain emissions. And then that in a lot of the OEM clients, the supplier clients, what they are doing is they really look into their own value chain, because we have those the tier 1, tier 2 suppliers, the pure production process, and also there's logistics and sales. And of course, in automotive nowadays, we are basically transforming from an ICE car to what we call in China the new energy vehicle, which is defined by the pure battery vehicles and also the plug-in hybrids. And also, I mean, with the battery, we talk about the recycling, the battery bank concept and all that. So basically, I would say all my clients, they are now very, very rigorously looking to the whole value chain to identify what are the opportunities that they can master in terms of that could be contributing to the carbon neutrality objective. However, a very smart move they are also tapping on is that the industrial transformation, because when we say the China new energy vehicle is transforming from almost 0% of the new energy vehicle in terms of market share back in 2015. And then somewhere between 2018 to 2020, the market has utilized these 3 good years to really educate the consumers. And starting from 2021, we see a good 3.5 million new energy vehicles were sold. And this year, despite the COVID situation, the lockdown, the disruptions towards the logistics and also the supply chain, we are still seeing the new energy vehicle will reach more than 5 million unit sales, which is somewhere around 20%. And the objective is that the whole market will grow till around 70% of the market share in the year of 2030. So a very important move that all the players are tapping onto is this transformation, which is from the ICE to the new energy vehicle. I mean, somewhere around all the battery activities. And also, there is a clear trend that people are indeed considering that not viewing the cars as an asset or just as a tool anymore. They wanted to really looking at owning a car that is that concept is transforming to basically utilizing the mobility service. And from that part, there is also quite a bit of the work that has been done. And also it is very clear from our perspective is that the scenario-based autonomous driving is on the way, and utilizing that technology could definitely help a lot in terms of optimizing the mileage, improving the driving efficiencies, and of course, I would say lift off a bit of the traffic congestion pressures, and that will help with the less energy consumed as well. So, another trend people are tapping on is what we call the digitalization. So the general concept of the Industrial 4.0 and also the digital manufacturing, these concepts are very quickly being adopted, especially by the automotive OEMs. There is a lot of activities that they have already put into the place. And also on the sales side, I think more on-time digital system and tracking are indeed also helping on in terms of contributing to this carbon neutrality objective. So I would say from the value chain perspective and also from the four very defined future disruptive trends perspective, in this kind of 5x4 matrix, I'm seeing that, you know, all the clients, they are moving very fast and also taking aggressive activities to try to make it, you know, helpful in terms of, while at the same time working as much as they can closely with the governments and also the regulating bodies. Yeah.
Terrific, Ron. Thanks for that. Let's, you know, everybody's talking about supply chain these days. Let's come back to Wei-Tai, and you know, maybe you can address this question about, you know, supply chains and, you know, how carbon neutrality kind of fits into that dynamic. And also, I mean, you're a cross-border guy. You've worked for a Chinese company. You've worked for American companies. Now, maybe Thule, I'm not super familiar with, so maybe you can share a little bit about that. But talk about this from a geopolitical point of view and a supply chain point of view. What are the challenges there, Wei-Tai?
Sure, that's a great question. And let me just start with my own personal story related to the pictures in back of me when I was trying to decarbonize my house. And I'm going to shop for the clean technologies out there. These heat pumps behind me were all from Japanese suppliers like Fujitsu, Mitsubishi, and they were expensive, right? And I would, as an American here in California, did not have good access to those similar products made in China. And why is that? Well, over the last 10 years, we've had a lot of trade tension between our countries and tariffs and countervailing duties that have increased the price of Chinese products to the American consumer. So it was expensive for me to go clean, right? And I think Philippe mentioned are customers willing to pay the green premium? And my answer is that most customers are not willing to pay the green premium. And only crazy people like me are willing to do that, right? So in order for this to be a mass effort to go green, we really have to resolve our trade tensions if at all possible. But with a decade of Republicans and Democrats and so forth, it's not looking to be any better in the next decade, unfortunately. So I do think that's one aspect of your question on supply chain for American consumers and policy drivers. We unfortunately are not having good access to lower cost Chinese products at the moment. But let me talk about another side of politics, which was mentioned earlier about COVID, supply chain disruptions, the Russian war in Ukraine and those supply chain, because those geopolitics are also driving a change of attitude in the United States that, and maybe around the world too, in Europe, that we need to be more self-sufficient with our manufacturing. This era of globalization where we look to the cheapest product from wherever it's made around the world, that attitude is changing. And in the US, the need to make things in the United States, provide jobs, but also, and maybe have to pay that premium. That's the big 矛盾, right? That's the big question. Like, okay, we'll make it in America. It's going to cost more. Are people going to buy it? But I do think that that is a trend in the United States, and some of the technologies you see behind me, there are more efforts now to make it in America. And I will say that there is a little bit of a silver lining in that since most of the solar panels are made by Chinese manufacturers, 80% of solar panels are from China, that they have the best technology and manufacturing skill sets. There is an opportunity for those Chinese companies to invest in the United States, to open factories here in America, as the Americans try to stimulate manufacturing in our own country. So I think that despite all the tension, that to me is the silver lining if China and the US could collaborate on clean technologies in the very near years ahead, since we only have 7.5 years to avoid the worst consequences of climate crisis. So this is something I'd want us to do very quickly.
That's interesting, Wei Tai. You brought up the idea of paying a premium, and it is interesting because I mean at the company level, this is not costless. I mean companies have to adjust, but they do that and they absorb that into their balance sheets. But you're talking about at the consumer level, it's like that's a great topic for research to see what it would take to get people to pay a premium to buy more environmental technologies. Philip, let's bring you into this. What's your reaction to some of the things that Wei Tai has been talking about, and maybe you can talk about, what's your perspective on this question of, are companies able to act alone? In this, we have such an interconnected world here with an international supply chain and networks, and how does this look from the European perspective, and how do you see European businesses operating? As maybe in comparison to Asian businesses when it comes to carbon neutrality. Philip?
That's a very good question, Kerr. Thank you for that question. I think many ambitions are very high, not only for governments, but also for corporates. For example, we just heard from John the ambitious goals from BASF, but also semiconductor manufacturer Infineon plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 70% by 2025 compared with its 2019 baseline. And it has the goal to become carbon neutral by 2030. But the question is the consumer paying a price? And the question is the possible speed of attaining carbon neutrality constant for every industry? I would say no, because the speed of attaining carbon neutrality varies according to the industry, as carbon neutrality is measured by the whole life cycle of one's product along the value chain. And I just want to come back to Ron's statement. I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with some terms used by Ron. So please let me briefly mention the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, or for short GHG corporate standard. It's one of the most widely used international accounting tools and classifies a company's GHG emissions into 3 scopes, as they call it. Scope 1, as Ron mentioned, are the emissions that who are direct emissions from owned or controlled sources within your own power. Scope 2 emissions are indirect emissions from the generation of purchased energy, and Scope 3 emissions are all indirect emissions, which are not included in Scope 2, and that occur in the value chain of the reporting company, including both upstream and downstream emissions. And please also allow me in the following to mention and quote McKinsey, who has published a series of recommended articles on supply chain decarbonization. A company typically executes all of the no-regret decarbonization levers that are under one's own control first, such as waste, energy, materials reduction, renewable electricity transition, and logistics optimization. After that, it will likely still face a substantial gap to its zero carbon target. As mentioned by Ron, when applied to automotive OEM, with the industry still largely reliant on internal combustion engine-fueled cars, 80% of the typical automaker's current Scope 3 emissions arise from fuel burned by customers. And as Ron mentioned, most OEMs are shifting to electric vehicles, a step that requires a significant shift in R&D. After this change is made, almost 100% of emissions would sit in the upstream value chain, depending on the electricity mix used to charge the cars. Of these upstream emissions, almost 45% are connected to the making of steel and aluminum, and 35% to the car's battery. Decarbonization of these elements is possible but hard. Steel plants need to convert from coal-fired blast furnaces to electric arc furnace technology or direct reduced iron routes using hydrogen. Companies can take a mid to long-term perspective to these challenges and actively engage to shape the required future supply ecosystems. This move will call for partnerships with other players in the value chain. New technologies from bio-based packaging materials to hydrogen fuels can be explored and put on the decarbonization pathway. Having said all this, companies typically try to grow their revenues, cut their costs, and reduce their scope 1 and 2 emissions by optimizing their own operations. Faster progress than industry peers on any of these moves may create a competitive advantage. But companies start to realize that value chain decarbonization is a totally different game. So to answer your question, Kerr, one absolutely has to work with all stakeholders, starting from suppliers, ending with your customers to achieve carbon neutrality. No single company on the planet can decarbonize alone and become sustainable. And if you ask a question, if I see any differences in how European businesses operate compared to Asian or US businesses when it comes to carbon neutrality, absolutely. But this has changed significantly over the last month, as here in Europe, the Ukraine war is now very tangible. Also, like Wei Tai just mentioned before. For example, I am based in Vienna, so the Ukraine is as far away from me as the western border of Austria to Switzerland, both approximately 600 kilometers or 380 miles. And just yesterday, it was announced that Vienna's communal district heating network will increase its prices by 92%, affecting more than 440,000 domestic homes, as it is one of the largest contiguous heating grids in Europe, powered by 60% of gas, with a share of 80% delivered from Russia. So as a final statement, everyone here in Europe is becoming personally very aware of the necessity of reducing Russian fossil fuels consumption. And it's not only another buzzword for us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ken.
Fascinating. Yeah, and you know what, Philip, thank you for clarifying some of that vocabulary. Actually, I was gonna ask Ron about that too, but I sort of got it from the context. But thanks for clarifying that. Hey, really quickly, we want to go to a couple. We have got some questions from the audience that we want to get to, but just really quickly, I just wanted to ask John. You know, just since we were talking about supply chain, and you know, what's your follow up on that? I mean, how are you guys managing that at BASF, managing with your suppliers? What kind of facing challenges there with carbon neutrality? Just real quickly, 1 or 2 minutes. Mutes. Yeah, you're still on mute, John.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the panels already discussed a lot of this, how is the practice and how is the policy and environmental, this atmosphere for the carbon neutrality in China and California. So now, I think I can share with you a little bit, all the audience, how is the projects and activities in the BASF regarding to contribute for the climate protection. So like Philip just mentioned, for greenhouse gas emissions in Europe, so with our new target, so we will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by the 60% by the 2030 compared with 1990. Even though continue to grow. This ambitious already existed the European Union's CO2 emissions reduction targets. In order to achieve this reduction while meeting our target growth and increasing investments, we must adopt our process and our product portfolio fundamentally and innovatively. So every people already mentioned of the value chain and the supply chain. I also mention in BASF, we also make this target in the carbon neutrality in the whole value chain, from procurement, from supplier, to the production and to the customers. So I'm from procurement. Let's talk about a little bit more about the procurement. What we are expected from our suppliers. So there's 2 parts I want to talk about a little bit. One is the transparency and the reduction on the CO2 emissions from suppliers. Like the Ron mentioned, there's every people talking about scope 1, 2, 3, the scope of the carbon neutrality and the carbon calculation. So from scope 3, so we're always talking about how is it from the downstream to upstream. So from raw materials from our supplier, BASF is establishing certified product level CO2 transparency for its customers, and it's engaging its suppliers. What does it mean? It means that is to support our suppliers and the industry, BASF will share its knowledge to create an international standard for publishing of CO2 transparency tools. And BASF will work together with its supplier and expect them to reduce CO2 footprint of their products. Like Ross said, is the automation the industry, and also the painting industry, and also for the battery materials in the BASF. We all of the contribute for the carbon neutrality from each business unit and each the technology and innovation in the BASF. Let's talk about the second part of the how we interaction with our suppliers.
Okay,
I think it's made the top management from ECUST already know that. So not only about talking about the BASF China, but also talking about the BASF whole world. So maybe you know that BASF is one of the 6 founding members of the TFS, the community in the worldwide, since 2011. So that is TFS is together for sustainability. So what does it mean? It means that is we ask our suppliers to follow and to engage of our sustainability goals with BASF and with all the chemical company. At that moment, it's only 6 companies, but now so we already have the 30 companies in the worldwide, including our Chinese company is Wanhua in China, also the one of the member of the community.
Got it.
And what does of the mean the TFS? So meaning that is that we will go for the governance and EHS and sustainability and the labor human rights and all the perspective top of our quality and price of the supplies we want to get from our suppliers. So in BASF China, so we already have this a lot of sessions together with ECUST to give the specific the Chinese training session to all Chinese suppliers since 2014. So this is already long time. So this is free of charge of all the Chinese suppliers. But it is our goal and purpose is already changed. At that moment, so we train and we educate our suppliers. So what's the TFS? Why we do the TFS? Why we do the sustainability? But now, so already switch to the how we do the better of our TFS.
Got it.
Okay, from our TFS, whatever TFS and carbon emissions. So this is what we expected and what we interactions with our suppliers to contribute
to your suppliers and get them trained and up to on what you're doing. That's terrific, John. Thank you so much. We're running out of time. I know we have a few questions. Let me go flip to my co-host here, Roger. Maybe you could just summarize the questions that we have and give the panelists just a quick opportunity. We are running out of time. Roger?
Yeah, basically, actually, we got 2 questions from Don Luis. The first question regards the Glasgow Declaration. So in other words, actually, is there any kind of a significant progress so far on the joint cooperation regarding decarbonization between US and China? So that's the first question. The second question basically is probably is also about the US. More specifically, what are the main features of the U.S. Green Deal, Green New Deal, and how does the U.S. Green New Deal diverge and converge from the EU Green Deal? So these are the 2 questions.
Okay, and those are pretty big ones, and we're not going to have a lot of time. Maybe give Philip a quick crack at the Glasgow thing, and then Wei Tai on the U.S. But we really have probably 30 seconds per question, or anybody else that wanted. Philip, maybe?
I have to excuse myself. I'm not so much into US-China joint Glasgow Declaration topics, so I'm more European-based. My apologies.
Yeah. Anybody else want to chime in? Wei Tai?
Yeah, it's been really quiet on in Glasgow, of course, with the December 24 COP26, and thankfully the U.S.-China did have a conversation, but then the war in Ukraine broke out, and there's been a lot of global tension between all the superpowers. So I think, unfortunately, not a lot of progress has been made. But as I mentioned before, the silver lining in my mind is really the Build Back Better Act in the U.S. Not quite happening, but other stimulation of clean energy tax credits and investments that I think the Chinese can take advantage of, and hopefully we can build a bridge through business, if not through our government leaders.
Well said. Well said. On that note, maybe that's a good one to end on. Roger, do you want to make a last?
Yeah, I just want to kind of say a few words. First, actually, thank you all the panelists by offering these great kind of and also very diverse perspectives on this very complicated issues. Now we see, the complexity, especially adding the geopolitics and also the Russia-Ukraine war kind of things, makes them more kind of challenging. Actually, as a listening to your kind of presentations, I was wondering, the current situation, both political, also economic challenges, will that kind of really slow down the carbon neutrality, kind of a commitment? That's my, kind of, I was thinking about that, those big challenges. Of course, that's a very major question, but in any sense, actually, I want to thank you for offering your great kind of perspectives. And with this, we conclude this panel, and thank you again. And also for all the audience, now we are transitioning to the last panel. The last panel, which will be more of an academic perspective. And I will introduce the two co-moderators, Steve Roddy and Yufu Chen. Okay, so please, Yufu and Steve Roddy, take over the podium.
So today we would like to discuss about the carbon neutrality from an academia perspective. We have a group of panelists which have very diverse backgrounds, so we can tackle the problem from different perspectives. So I think that first of all, is Tom cannot make it today. I'm not sure if we should play his video first. Xiaohua, do you have his video?
Cannot be with you at the conference in person, but I hope these remarks will give you some interesting things to think about. So I'm summarizing tonight the results of a very large project done by a Stanford team that had a number of faculty, students, and staff members, along with 2 outside consultants, of which I was privileged to be one. We did a very broad survey of opportunities and challenges for decarbonizing California by 2045. We made a point of talking to stakeholders all across the spectrum: business, labor, government, academics, national labs, and NGOs. Our goal is to make sure that the entire chain of events that has to happen to be successful in decarbonizing California is achievable. In addition to the work we're describing tonight, there's 8 follow-on deep dives across several sectors. All of the publications are available at the link that's on this slide. So I'm going to talk about phase 1, which was the breadth study: fact-finding, outreach, interviews, workshops. So here's the background and of what we're working on. California has a goal on the bottom right of getting to net zero carbon by 2045. Where we are now is the right-hand vertical bar, where we're making a lot of CO2. The question is, how do we make all of this work? So the key ideas of the interview and workshop findings that we got from our listening tour is that the electricity and the strategy for California is very simple. It is electrify everything and decarbonize the grid. And a key piece of this is that we need lots of electricity. It has to be affordable. It has to be reliable. To decarbonize California is going to be a 2 to 3x build out of electricity generation, which is a daunting challenge. We're going to need a lot more transmission lines to move electricity from other western states into California, as well as from generation points to consumption points inside California. And we have to figure out a way how to save sunshine for a rainy day and how to save wind for a still day, which means we need short and long-term energy storage. Right now, California is curtailing or not using sizable amounts of renewables, and that problem is going to get worse every year. Some nitty-gritty details. We have 14 million or so buildings in California. They all need to have fossil fuel furnaces and water heaters replaced with electrical heat pumps. We've done a good job in the state of upgrading building codes so that new buildings are going to be electrical. However, there's an enormous stock of old buildings that have to be retrofitted. This is a massive logistical, financial, and interpersonal challenge. On the transportation front, most of us travel in cars or perhaps buses. There is a very large legacy fleet of internal combustion engine vehicles to be replaced. Many of those have a useful life that extends beyond 2045. Assuming we electrify everything, then there is a massive question mark of how we make charging infrastructure work at scale. For example, what do renters do when they want to charge and don't have a garage in which they can plug their car in? Further findings is that a key choice that California has made that's very important is to go to net zero, not absolute zero. And net zero means that CO2 production minus CO2 storage has to come out to zero. So we can still make some CO2. The key is we have to capture it and put it away forever. So carbon capture and storage, carbon sequestration, underground geological formations are going to be extremely important. We can do this in theory by getting rid of every single molecule of internal combustion engine and fossil fuel consumption, but it's prohibitively expensive. We have to have some remaining CO2 production and then manage it by getting rid of it. A very interesting aspect of the challenge is environmental justice. What do we do for communities that historically have been underserved by social resources, are impoverished, do not have college degrees, as I think almost everyone at this event probably does? How do we make sure we meet their needs? In California right now, the environmental justice community has a focus on air pollution, and their agenda is to eliminate fossil fuels, which is probably not consistent with a sensible achievement of net zero. There's a lot of challenges there. There's a lack of trust between the environmental justice community and so-called elites, and there are disparate voices out there. Next, industry has to be decarbonized, and there's lots of challenges there, and the risk is that industry simply moves across the border into Nevada or into Arizona and continues doing what they're doing and then shipping stuff into California. And the last finding is that time is of the essence. While we're talking right now, a lot more CO2 is being produced, and it's just going to sit in the atmosphere forever unless we take it away. To give more information to you, there is a series of topical deep dives. These are very detailed and somewhat wonkish that go into lots of depth on all of the topics that are indicated here. All of the work product is available on the link that is visible to you on the right of this slide, along with the Pathways Project report and 6 very short 2-page briefs that are highly digestible. California's strategy is electrify everything and decarbonize the grid. Lots of challenges. I sometimes feel like this is hopeless and we can't possibly do it. I sometimes have brighter days and I think, yes, we can achieve this. I think the most important thing to keep in mind is that if we're going to do this, we're going to innovate our way out of this mess. That's the thing to keep in mind. There's massive opportunity here for innovation across everything that you can think of. And finally, there's lots to do and not a lot of time to do it. California is trying to lead the world in carbon capture and in getting to net zero as it leads the world in so many other things. Let's hope that we're successful at doing it. A quick shout out to our sponsors, and I'll just end on the slide for the Stanford Center for Carbon Storage, which is the outfit that was sponsoring and created this whole project. I hope these remarks are helpful to you, and again, I'm sorry I can't join you in person. Goodbye.
Sorry. Thanks, Tom, for this great presentation. So I think this will, Tom's presentation will lay up the foundation for us to discuss in this panel. So next, I would like to introduce Professor Hoffman. Professor Peter Hoffman is a professor of corporate social responsibility and corporate governance at Nottingham University Business School of China. And Professor Hoffman has a lot of experience in working for European and China. So based on the Tom's presentation, I would like to ask Peter do China and European offer any lesson that could apply the US, California, and also collaboration with China as well? And also, how do you suggest the business leader to develop businesses sustainably? And how do we educate the consumers to change their habits of purchasing towards the sustainability? Because in order to meet the sustainable goal or carbon neutrality, we have to get all of the consumer involved and get the business involved. Professor Hoffman, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and I'm happy to join you here from Ningbo. It's early morning here, so welcome to you all. Already have a late evening, I think, or middle of the night. It's all about electrification. This is an area that I've done a lot of research about. Actually, I have worked now in China for 13 years, and before that I worked around 15, 20 years in Europe, mostly in the Netherlands. I'm from the Netherlands. So electrification seems to be something happening. Cars become electric. In houses, we need to move to electricity. Industry also moves to electricity. This potentially is indeed a way out, but only if we are then able to produce the electricity sustainably, which at the moment we're not able to do. So we have a lot of work to do, of course, in that area. So what are some of the lessons? One very important thing, actually, that's not mentioned at all yet today is, before we think about converting our electricity production to renewables, we should first think about energy saving. This is actually critical. There's a lot of lessons we can draw actually in European countries. There's been a lot of work on that. For example, housing stock is a big user of energy. You can actually do a lot to retrofit your houses, but also in eco-design. So we need to figure out ways to actually have zero energy, or even sometimes plus. Houses that actually don't use energy, but actually can deliver. So there's a lot of work in that area. Lessons across the world. I don't think the US is leading in this area, so I think it can look at other countries. California probably is a little bit of an outlier in the US, I would sort of say. The second thing, what are the key drivers for this transition towards more renewable energy and, let's say, sustainability? Because that's the reality a little bit. If we listen to all of these leaders of countries and of companies, then actually it's incredible that we're in this situation, because everybody is saying we're sustainable, we're moving towards sustainability, and so there's a lot of talk. And our young friend said there's a lot of blah blah blah. And I can see that. So we need to really talk about action. And what has happened in Europe recently is I think a very important step in that direction. We need to hold, for example, big companies, but also governments accountable. So there's been recently legal action of environmental groups. In the Netherlands, the Environmental Defense Fund, together with Greenpeace, other NGOs, together with another 17,000 claimants, had a class action against Shell, saying Shell says that they will reduce their carbon emissions by 45% in 2030. But at this moment, we don't see any proof of that. We don't see any action, so we don't trust the company. And we say the company has to show and do more in that area. And we are going to court and, let's say, make it legally binding, telling the company you have to do that. Otherwise, what will happen? Actually, that's the interesting thing. What is the consequence? What are the penalties are? And this has also happened actually for government. And now Shell, actually, I don't know what is the reason of that, but not only this, but Shell, previously headquartered in the Netherlands, has now moved to the UK. But now in the UK, we've got a similar lawsuit coming. NGO saying to Shell, you need to do more. You're saying all these things and claiming you're going to, we want to see how you're going to do that. Show us action. And courts, this is an ongoing. So one of the drivers has to be broader society mobilizing and actually putting pressure on companies, for example, through lawsuits. Now in China, that's a little bit different. In China, the governments have put a lot of pressure. In fact, some of the stories I hear here, it's indeed the case that companies are waiting for government in China to take the lead, to tell them what do we need to do. But that's not how change is going to happen. Governments are generally not on the forefront of what's possible. Companies are at the forefront. Communities are at the forefront of what's possible. So we need to learn from these examples. That's why these Scope 3 emissions are so critical. And that's why potentially that European Green Deal can be important, because through that pressure can happen towards China to actually reduce its carbon emissions in all of these value chains, the supply chains. So I don't think it's all coming from government in China. I think it's about companies actually moving forward, because otherwise they're going to be out of business. And that's actually the best driver, market. You're going to be out of business. So we need to look at leading companies who have already been able to do this. In the US, a company like Interface, who has been actually not just reducing carbon, wants to actually reduce the amount of carbon in total, so below zero, by with it absorbing carbon and using carbon products in its carpets. That's an interesting example. We've got a company in Sweden, Northvolt, who is trying to recycle all the batteries and saying we need to go to 100% recycling, which is sort of following a little bit the cradle to cradle kind of idea. This is what we need. We really need total transformation of how we produce things and how we consume. And we need to look at some of these leading examples and then try to diffuse that. Why am I, let's say China is putting a lot of, say, 60%, 2060, carbon neutral peaks. But China is a very market oriented, although you wouldn't say so, it follows the market. So if these leading examples are there, I think Chinese firms will be very quick to follow. So there's a quick diffusion, but we need these examples and we need more of these examples to move forward. And then the final point I would like to make is, in creating that sustainable electricity system, there are a couple of challenges. We can have a lot of wind and solar. Unfortunately, we still need a lot of fossil fuels sources, because wind and solar are not very stable. They're volatile. You have solar, but not at night. Wind can be a lot of wind, can be not so much wind. Denmark already has about 50% of its electricity generated by wind. Germany also has around 25%, a lot of solar also. How can you sort of manage that and stabilize your grid? You need to have storage. In Denmark, the way storage is being used is because they have connections with Norway and Sweden, who have a lot of hydropower. And then you've got what we call pumped storage. So you pump up the water into the reservoirs, and that's electricity you can use at a later stage. So that's a good system. But we don't have hydropower everywhere. So we need to think about ways to store. One obvious way, and this is something I did in my research where we discussed socio-technical scenarios, future scenarios for the coming 50 years, is we need to be creative. So we're going to have a lot of electric vehicles that have batteries that have to be charged, but batteries are also our storage. So can we use these electric vehicles in a way as a form of storage and then use them, utilize them at a certain time? So we need clever systems for that, so that we don't have to still build all these big power plants. Challenges in China are huge, but you need to understand that China at this moment has a rate of expansion of renewables that's incredible. And on a yearly basis, 50 gigawatt of, what was the number? 50 gigawatt of solar and wind is being installed, which is actually similar, more than the total generation of Germany. So you know these numbers are huge. But unfortunately, because of the growth, it's still depending for a large extent on coal. 60–65% still based on coal. So even with all these huge investments and use, it's still coal, and coal needs to be more clean. So apart from renewables, we're also going to we need to talk about clean coal and gasification, storage. And that's also going to happen, I think, in China, but huge challenges there, I agree. So these are some of the points related to electrification. Related to business and leadership, yeah, as I said, there are companies who are able to move into this direction. It's about vision. It's about shared vision. It's working together with stakeholders. It's about setting very challenging targets and moving towards them, 100% recycling, and having also short targets moving towards that. What we know is that these companies are actually quite successful. There are a lot of opportunities for decarbonization, for low carbon product, for carbonized products. So there are opportunities. I think that these markets will only grow if we think about what's happening here. And a lot of it will also have to be through these scope 3 emissions, through the pressure along value chains, and companies need to be moving forward in that area. So these were just some of the points I wanted to share, and happy to follow up a little bit more if questions arise. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Professor Hoffman. Next, I would like to invite Professor Johnson. Is an assistant professor of environmental study at the University of San Francisco. And so Professor Johnson has a lot of experience in land use on climate change, especially palm oils. So I would like to ask Adrian, so how do you think the public policy can change the
maybe you can just answer like that from a policy standpoint. What can we do about land use?
Steve can pick it up. Steve,
go for it, Adrian.
My internet is not stable right here, so I'm in New York right now. Steve, maybe if my internet is not working, just go ahead.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, yeah. And I can also go straight into my slides that I actually have prepared as well that sort of have the question.
Great. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that then?
Baked into the slides. Sure. I'll go ahead and share my my screen here. And hopefully everyone can see that. So thanks so much. So the question, there was actually two questions, and one is sort of what are the, how can public policy incentivize changes in the palm oil sector of Southeast Asia, of Latin America, and other countries, and sort of what can we sort of apply or glean from that particular case study and apply to other industries here in California, such as the almond industry or the wine industry. And then another question that I was asked to sort of answer, and is a more simple question, has to do with, you know, what is sustainable palm oil and what is unsustainable palm oil. So I have a few slides that I wanted to share with all of you. And my pathway into this conversation is really by presenting some of the research and knowledge that I have pertaining to sustainability in the palm oil sector, and specifically on the role that private certification standards sort of play in incentivizing sustainable behaviors among producers. And when I say producers, I mean large companies, but also in the case study that I'm more familiar with is in Ecuador, and that is more pertaining to small-scale farmers. So just to give some background on the sort of global palm oil industry here, for those of you who are not familiar, palm oil is actually considered one of the world's most commonly used vegetable oils. It's used in a lot of processed foods. It's used essentially to extend the shelf life of a lot of things, such as makeup, cleaning products, things like that. And this table here shows exactly what sort of the global production output of palm oil is. Globally, about 72 million tons of palm oil is produced, and you can see here the top two countries, the top two producers are Indonesia and Malaysia, and those are, I think, the countries that people are most familiar with when it comes to the palm oil industry, and they produce about 85% of the world's supply. Further down on that list, you will see that I have highlighted there Ecuador, which contributes only about 1% of the world's total supply, but I note that there because it's located in Latin America. Latin America is sort of named as this kind of new growing frontier when it does come to palm oil cultivation on a global scale. And then this chart here shows exactly who is importing or consuming palm oil on a global scale. And you can see the top three countries or regions are India, China, and also the EU. And I bring these kind of contexts up here because I think it's important to note that some of the more internal regulations, policies that certain countries may have. For example, the EU has what is called the Renewable Energy Directive, which has largely influenced how global producers are producing palm oil, the conditions under which they are producing that. And the Renewable Energy Directive had for many years established about 10% of its it wanted to establish by 2030, 10% of the amount of palm oil that it imports for biofuel purposes to come from sustainable sources. And one of the things that it sort of leans on or looks to qualify as being sustainable are certain global standards. And one of those I'm going to talk about in just a minute. So very briefly, why are standards needed? Why are global standards needed in the palm oil industry? Around the world, there have been a lot of instances of corporate and also government malfeasance when it comes to the palm oil industry. There have been many instances of land grabbing, environmental pollution, water contamination, and forest destruction, biodiversity loss, as linked to the expansion of certain plantations. And as a result of public pressure, a lot of scrutiny when it comes to corporate activities, weak laws, and there's also been a large increasing public demand for more transparent agro-commodity production practices. So this has all basically laid the groundwork for global standards when it comes to the palm oil industry. So I've largely done my work on one mechanism, one example called the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, or the RSPO. And this set of standards came together through a multi-stakeholder institution in 2005 that was generated by the WWF, Our House, United UK, Unilever, and other organizations, and since then has really grown to over 500 members. And in this multi-stakeholder institution, different actors are brought together, farmers, civil society organizations, companies, to co-create standards that will then govern the industry in a more sustainable way. And there's a lot more that can be said about the power dynamics in that particular multi-stakeholder institution, but that's how it functions. And then very briefly, this is a listing of the 7 current principles and criteria that guide this institution. So you can see these principles sort of stress things like operating legally and transparently, emphasizing labor regulations, which is actually quite different than what these principles kind of stressed or emphasized years ago, optimal production practices, putting an emphasis on better environmental practices. So the idea is that corporations, plantations will implement these standards, and then if it can be verified, their palm oil is stamped as being sustainable. Now, one of the questions was that was given to me was, how do we incentivize these kinds of sustainable practices among producers? So there are many incentives, and 2 here I wanted to talk about very briefly that I have sort of come across in my own research. And the first one has to do with country integration of RSPO standards into national frameworks. And this is something that I've observed happening in Ecuador. I think previously there has been instances where there's been a lot of antagonisms between private standards and government regulations when it comes to industries like palm or other agro industries. But what I've noticed is this sort of coming together of these regulations, this hybridization, if you will. And the idea is that if environmental laws overlap or are aligned with private certification standards, producers are, in my mind, more likely to abide by them because, if you will, they'll be killing two birds with one stone. So the idea is that they'll be abiding by domestic laws, they won't risk getting fined, and then also they'll be able to, by aligning their practices with RSPO standards, let's say, they'll be able to access international markets such as EU markets or other markets. So this cross-compliance really is an incentive for producers. And then the second thing that I want to briefly touch on is the reduction of barriers of entry for smallholders or small-scale farmers. And this is important to note because for case studies like Ecuador, the majority of palm is actually produced by farmers. It's not produced by companies, large-scale plantations, as it is in Indonesia or Malaysia. So I think those kind of social geographies are really important to take note of. But it's very expensive for farmers to enter into these certification mechanisms. So here, I think there's another role for government to help lower the costs of entry, to provide assistance, technical assistance, mapping assistance. It's very expensive to kind of cover these kinds of costs. Yet these steps are required in order to be RSPO certified. So I think that's another important point to note. And this whole time I've been talking about market incentives, but I also want to talk about and stress the importance of non-market incentives too. So I think it's very important to integrate and involve small-scale farmers in governance decisions and elevate their position in what is often unequal power relations of this industry. So that's all I'll have to say today, and I look forward to engaging in the Q&A.
Thank you so much. So I would like to briefly introduce another moderator, Steve Roddy. Steve studied a lot of elites in East Asia. So Steve, do you want to say a few words and also introduce the next two speakers?
Just to apologize that I had a malfunction. It's a technical malfunction, as embarrassing as a wardrobe malfunction. But anyway, I didn't expect this to happen, and I'm very sorry. And I look forward to participating later on. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so next we would like to invite Billy Riggs, Dr. Riggs, to speak. So Dr. Riggs is a professor and a program director at the University of San Francisco School for Management. Dr. Riggs has a lot of experience in the public transport. So as you all of us well know that the transportation is a very big sector in the climate change issues in California. So I would like to ask Billy that how can California kick the public transportation to fight on climate change? And also, I would like to ask you, since I'm from Los Angeles, what's your suggestion to the public transportation in Los Angeles and also city like Los Angeles? Thank you so much.
You okay. Want me to answer that in like a short period? This is like a whole semester class.
Okay.
Billy Riggs, I'm a faculty member in the School of Management. I have to say, I'm an apologist though. I'm a trained city planner and transportation planner engineer. So I like the strange fit in the School of Management, but by and large, I find myself, there's a lot of innovation happening in this space, and a lot of people that want to work across sectors focused on solving this existential crisis we have, climate change. And so related to that, as I think you saw in Professor Grossman's presentation, the biggest slice of emissions that we have to deal with when we look at carbon footprint and scope 1 emissions really has to do with transportation. And interestingly, we know that we can't just say that's a simple problem. It's a wicked problem. It relates to what Adrian talked about. It relates to where we build housing, and the fact is, in California, we've done a really terrible job of building housing. So I think my answer is globally, we have issues with regard to how we structure cities, and that's how if we start thinking about it from that context, we really have to think about city planning and the way we organize job and housing, school and housing relationships in a way where we think differently about making those location-based decisions or making those housing-based decisions. And so I think what I didn't prepare any slides, but I've got plenty of them I could have shared had I known that slides were desired. I think I want to maybe push back. I think there are a lot of opportunities for innovation. If people know my work, I do a lot of experimentation with last mile technologies. For example, autonomous technology that can do last mile shuttles. I've done work in scooters, and I'm it sounds like Peter, I spend a lot of time in the Netherlands focused on walking and biking, and the idea of designing wonders or places where you live where you may not have to get into a vehicle. And so when we think about traveling carlessly, it's not just about electrification. It's actually getting people out of cars altogether and getting them into long haul rail routes. And that's behavioral, but it's also infrastructural. So where is California going to spend its money from an infrastructure standpoint? Where are cities around the globe going to spend its money from an infrastructure standpoint? There's some trade-offs, but there's also where are we going to spend our money from a housing and infrastructure standpoint as well, and improve housing technology. And by placing housing in cities or places where people can live, work, and play in a one location, that is the best solution to climate sensitive transport. Your LA question. People think of Los Angeles as one city. Los Angeles is region, and we cannot state that. I actually helped do the last regional transportation plan for the city of Los Angeles. Downtown Los Angeles is not Inland Empire. The transit accessibility, the isolation of vulnerable communities in Inland Empire, distal areas of Los Angeles has long been an issue, but central Los Angeles, as in LA, the city, has done a massive job of actually investing in rail, making their bus routes more reliable. So I actually push back that LA has not done enough in terms of investing in the future of transportation. The problem is you have spatial mismatch. You have people that live in Pasadena that commute via car down to so LA is basically a mega city, global mega city that has a lot of has an investment in its downtown in the past, and due to that, there's a lot of social issues. There's a lot of things that we're going to have to grapple with in terms of urban intensification and urban investment in transportation infrastructure. But that's not an issue that's it's unique to LA. In San Francisco Bay Area, city of San Francisco and city of Oakland have similar challenges, and I would argue have made less investment in public rail infrastructure in recent years. City of London has similar issues. There are numerous cities in China that have invested heavily in suburban residential, and fortunately, there's been actually quite a bit of rail investment in China. So I think when we think about international ways where we can cross-pollinate ideas, I think there's a lot in terms of high-speed rail that we can learn from Asian countries or relearn from Asian countries that California stopped doing, US stopped doing when we, in the 1950s, when we said we were auto-dominated society. So I'll leave it at that. I kind of push back a little bit on you. So if you want to challenge me again that, you know, there's Carmageddon on the 409, I'm happy to take that challenge. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I'm just going to state that.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. So the last speaker is Dr. Shi. Dr. Yu Shi is academia director of Blue Pioneers at UC Santa Cruz. So it is very important that we talk about. I'd like to ask Dr. Shi, the California coast area offer any possibility for renewable energy, especially wind power or ocean current? And also, I would like to ask you, what is the most exciting technology coming from your pioneers accelerators? Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Stephen. Great to be invited. Thanks a lot for the invitation. So I'm not an expert in solar or wind energies in general, let alone in California. But I am going to prepare at least to share some of the innovations in carbon dioxide removal program innovations. And I think that this would, I hope, complement the other panelists' view, and it centers on the question, what if all these conventional mitigation technologies or techniques or approaches don't work? And then what are we going to do? I do have a few images that I'd like to share that I think it really complements my prepared comments. So the first point that I'd like to make is about why it is necessary for carbon dioxide removal. Now, humans emit 51 gigatons or 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide a year. 77% of it from making and growing things such as electricities, foods, all other stuff, and consuming all of them, including food, getting around, transportation, staying comfortable at home or in office, the remaining 23%. They're very sustainable. They're very sustainable. That level of emission is very sustainable, especially if we're sort of like a business as usual. Now, we've been working on conventional mitigation techniques and adoptions, but as the figure shows, they're not likely getting us to below 2 degrees Celsius. For example, the most prominent and practiced pathway, think Elon Musk. That pathway from renewable energy to electricity to EVs, and then maybe other things that use electricities, which is really sort of a central piece in the California mitigation strategy, and I bet that there are many places of that. But this pathway can cut a maximum of 1/3 of current emissions, or 16 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year. How about the other 35 gigatons? And even within the power generation domain, there are numerous challenges. For one thing, right, space for power. Now, we're not talking about battery storage, or that wind doesn't always blow, sun doesn't always shine, the storage stuff and all of that. Just think about the space for power, right? When we think about seriously, you know, the substitution level of scalability. Fossil fuels have a density of 500 to 10,000 watts per square meter. Solar, 5 to 20. Wind, 1 to 2. Biomass, less than 1, which means that we will need a lot of space to produce the power that we need. Now, nuclear power generation is comparable to fossil fuels in terms of space use, and it's clean, but it's a castaway. Few people talk about nuclears. Now, there's no doubt we need to scale these conventional mitigation technologies, but I don't think they'll get us there. We need a carbon dioxide capture and removal techniques, not just the ones that capture and sequester greenhouse gases at their sources, right? At the power plant, under the chimneys, all that, but remove those that linger in the atmosphere. We need negative emission techniques. So I just have a couple more images to share with you. Luckily, nature naturally sinks carbon dioxide into in the atmosphere. But unluckily, it does only 1/2 of them, 1/2 of the total. The leftover has accumulated, causing the greatest challenge of our time. So we really need to innovate to expand these carbon sinks. There are roughly 4 types of sinks, 2 by 2, our favorite sort of like a land versus ocean, and also biological versus chemical. So the terrestrial biological approaches to carbon dioxide removal includes afforestation, reforestation, biochar, soil carbon sequestration, or BECCS, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. There's also terrestrial chemical, direct air capture, right? Bill Gates' favorite. And are also making cement out of certain minerals, which can actually absorb carbon dioxide and make it into durable carbon, right? There's some enhanced weathering techniques. So the figure on the right shows the various ocean-based carbon dioxide removal approaches, such as macroalgae, which is basically cultivating seaweeds, right? And also recovery of ocean and coastal ecosystems, for example, coastal wetlands. So think of it as growing forests in the ocean. Now, I know that many of us, favorite of carbon removal is the sort of like forest, planting trees, right? Every one of us is probably tree huggers, so to speak. Of course, growing more trees, you're getting into direct competition with food productions, right? Like what Tom Grossman said, 50% of the land on Earth is used for food production, 20% carbon emissions, right? Carbon dioxide emissions. So think about using ocean as sort of like a growing forest, growing the lawn, growing new lawns, more lawns, bigger lawns for the world's problem. And 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean. So, which has lots of scalability, I guess, right? Also, another approach is artificial upwelling and downwelling. So deep ocean, the water temperature is cold, and up near the surface, it's warm. So there's a lot of circulation. That circulation carries a lot of nutrients to the surface, and lots of flora and fauna needs those nutrients. And then with growth, they will absorb, especially flora, they will absorb carbon dioxide. And then there's also nutrients fertilization, sort of like adding iron, nitrogen, and phosphorus to help grow the plankton blooms that capture masses of carbon dioxide, right? There are also chemical approaches to ocean-based carbon dioxide removal, such as ocean alkalinity enhancement. Now, oceans absorb lots of CO2s from the atmosphere. That makes ocean nowadays more acid. So think about a coral reef bleaching. It's the ocean acidification, and the ocean ecosystem is being damaged because of that. Now, just think about increasing the pH level of the ocean level, and it will solve these problems and also expand the ocean's capacity for absorbing more carbon dioxide, right? Carbon dioxide. So you can crush some sort of like, just minerals like olivine stones. You can crush it mechanically, spread it in the ocean. That's a mechanical way of OAE, or ocean alkalinity enhancement. There could be also electrochemical approaches to that. And then you can cause chemical reactions to bind the CO2s in the ocean and then store them in seabed. So the picture on the left really sort of like captures some of these innovations of CDR. So the goal of these negative emission techniques are very important: 10 gigatons a year by mid-century and 20 gigatons a year by 2100, according to the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. So I think my time is up. So in case some of you are really interested in the possibilities, the costs and the risks of some of these OCDR approaches, I could probably talk some more during the Q&A sessions. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Dr. Shi. It's a great to know that that's so important to have to take the CO2 up from the atmosphere. So as thanks for all of the panelists, your expertise and in different area. As it's to take on climate change, we definitely need to tackle from all of the angles and get as many people involved as possible. Xiaohua, do we have time for questions?
Yes, you do. You have till 9:20.
Maybe you can ask each other some questions. Okay, so we still have 15 minutes for questions. So since all of the panelists are from different field, maybe we can ask the panelists each questions. Maybe Steve, do you have more question for the panelists? I know you prepare a lot of great questions.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to share something. I'm so apologize for being late to the party, but being outside of all of your fields, I can't say anything very intelligent except to quote a bit of poetry.
Wow.
And I was deeply impressed by everyone's, this range of ideas that are coming out about how we can perhaps deal with the existential crisis that we face. And it reminded me of something that I became aware of a few years ago. In Japan, there was something called the hydrangea movement, which, as you can see, a hydrangea is composed of many small flowers in a kind of bulb-like shape. And the image became a symbol of a kind of people's movement. At the time, it was directed mainly at the nuclear power industry, because this was soon after 3/11 in Japan. But I think the idea can be expanded to a global situation like that we've been talking about today, which is that we really need a global village to deal with these issues, interconnected as they are, and how much we need to rely on one another to hopefully bring us out of that. So I'm wondering, my question is very amorphous, but from the first presentation to the last, you all talked about different strategies, even what seems, at least to a layman's ear, to be an incredibly, well, almost science fiction-like strategy of reversing 200 years of the Industrial Revolution and beyond. And it sounds kind of crazy, but I'm wondering how we can do that, even if we do develop these possibilities very quickly. How is the world in our current state, particularly this turbulent era that we're living through, that we're talking about, how are we going to incentivize, as we heard, how are we going to incentivize the entire range of organizations, from government to private to individual civil society, get behind this. And you know, it would be great if we could sequester 10 gigatons of CO2 a year. But how are we going to make that possible for all of the different players to invest enough of their energy and money into doing that? So maybe if anybody wants to respond to that, I'll open it up. But please tell me, how can we do this in the way that our world is currently structured?
No, you are right. We face an enormous challenge, and we need to transform a lot of our production and consumption systems. But there are already a lot of solutions available. I don't think we're short of ways of doing it. We're short of ways of how we move into that direction. So we're currently on still quite an unsustainable path. So we have to figure out ways that we look at those examples where it works, and we try to replicate them and try to facilitate them. So that's why, I mean, if you think about how do we get consumers moving forward, I think hit them in the wallet, that's for sure. And that's also going to drive companies so part of these things are already sort of in the making with the emission trading scheme and with how do you manage that across countries. But these need to be much more stringent, much more clear, clearly developed. And then we also need to put much more pressure on, we have some of these leading firms, but those firms that underperform, they need to be put under more pressure, both from civil society and government. Yeah, it's going to be a tough task. That's why I say, you know, we talk a lot, but actually there needs to be more action, because we need to accelerate. And at this moment, it's still a slow process, let's say. But in terms of what's possible, I think there are a lot of opportunities available. We need to figure out how can we make them work in different situations. But technically, I don't think it's impossible. So we also need to think about behavior, the materialism that we have with all the. So there's a number of things that we need to work on. But yeah, I'm still optimistic, but it will take some time, because it's a lot about urgency. The urgency, although it's high, it's not yet high enough. Yeah. So we need some big crises. We're waiting for some really big crises. Yeah, it's a little bit cynical to say it, but it's partly the reality. We need big crises to really move us forward.
Well, I'd be interested to hear Adrian's answer to your question, given like her work in climate justice, because my instinct is it's not a quantitative. What's going to move the needle is not quantitative. It's speaking to people's hearts, not their minds. But I gotta maybe pass to her, because she might have a different perspective.
Yeah, I was gonna add that it has to be, in my mind, multi-scalar. So there is so much emphasis being put on companies and how companies can change their practices. But I think, you know, and there's also a lot of pressure, you know, being put on the individual too. But I think it needs to be also who needs to be sort of considered are the communities that are impacted by these injustices, by these, you know, acts of ecological violence when it comes to some of these industries and the impacts that they have. And I think, you know, spreading that awareness, you know, allowing social movements also to be a part of that too, is also really important to be thinking of actors who are also sort of involved in these kinds of debates. So I would say it has to be multi-scalar. The other thing is, you know, thinking about governments, because when I first started my work, I was, you know, just thinking about the work that companies are advancing. But, you know, the more that I do this work, I sort of think, well, you know, governments also benefit too, because, you know, if we all want biodiversity, we all want, you know, we don't want land conflicts to be happening within our borders. So I think it has to involve multiple actors all at once at multiple scales.
Great.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So definitely, I think it's to get all of the players to play their roles and effectively is very important.
I would want to ask the panelists. I think that the policy is very, very important to guide all of the activities, especially in a country like China. But we have to let the policy leaders or people who make the policy know what is right or what is wrong, or sometimes it's not a clear cut for what is right or what is wrong. How can we educate them to equip them with the science? Like all of the panelists have a very strong science background, and how can we make them to have the same sense of urgency or to fight climate change effectively? And a lot of policy sounds very good, but I think they might not be right, because like in China, if you push the electric cars so hard, where you don't have the clean electricity, it does not help on climate change. So how do you think what we should do?
Well, I can offer a very small sort of like a point. Just think about the carbon dioxide removal. Now, this innovation, there are lots of innovations. Most of them, I would guess all of them are very early stage. Of course, it needs a lot of money, not just for scaling up, but for basic research, right? And policy can really push research and innovation in this front. Just think about having an insurance policy if all the mitigation techniques are somehow not working, right? Now, one is that government can invest in those basic researchers, just like a DARPA programs, right? It sort of responds to internet. Also, there are some policies, like currently policies penalize emissions. But what about having new policies to remunerate carbon removal?
Right.
Right. And I think about Pareto frontier, right? One is the profitability. Let's say one dimension is profitability. The other dimension is environmental metrics. Let's say carbon dioxide removal. Now, the past policy obviously has been sort of like, causing the tragedy of the commons. No penalty for emission, and now we have penalty for emission, or increasingly so. And you can always raise the bar on that dimension, encouraging, remunerating carbon removal. And that will really, really change the landscape of things. So just a small point.
Yeah, I want to add a little bit to that, because I think I want to acknowledge the wicked nature. So Mel Weber talks about this idea of a wicked problem. Like for every action, there is an inverse and equally noxious outcome that we may have to deal with. And so I think recognizing unintended consequences is the right thing to do. But I think the notion that policy has to be fixed and static, indefinitely into the future is something that academics really need to combat. And it's something that government needs to learn from business. The government needs to learn how to fail fast. And so there are a lot of cities around the world that have started to look at these policy sandboxes, this way of doing micro experiments where you can actually do it, some tactical things and institute tactical policies. And you know what, if there are adverse consequences, you can roll them back. And that takes strong leadership, it takes confident leadership, but it also, if you create deliberate structures where you can actually create these small ways of experimenting with new technology. And there's one of these happening in San Francisco right now with the autonomous vehicle test bed they have. And as a result, they've launched the first, there's a company that's now launched the first shared rideshare fleet, and it's all electric. It's actually complementary to transit. It serves the last mile. So as a result of these little micro experiments, they've really been able to kind of do something that actually doesn't poach mass transit. And it's really interesting. So I think like the more we can encourage policymakers to make tactical policy decisions that can be reversed if we find out that they're not effective, they're not working, when they're squeezing out certain individuals at the margin. I think that's the way we have to start thinking about policy, is more iterative and less static.
Yeah, Billy, I think you're absolutely right. Lots of sort of like lean startup approach. And I also want to actually applaud what Adrian said. It has to be multi-scalar. All these policy innovation experiments has to be multi-scalar. And as you said, Billy, it's a wicked problem. And then what's wicked is really that not only that these problems are interrelated, lots of problems interrelated, but the stakeholders behind these problems are interrelated. They all have their fears and hopes. So if we started to actually understand their fears and hopes for all key stakeholders, this is the beginning point, right? For these experiments. Just think about carbon dioxide removal. The benefit is global. If you can move lots of CO2s, but implementation of these CO2 approaches, it has to be local and regional. And all these implementations involve not just the climate benefit, but also it might change the ecosystems. It may produce co-benefits, which is good, but it may also produce harms. So you can't just trust, the scientists sitting at UC Santa Cruz or Stanford to do that climate scale research. You also need people to go down to the locales, to the regions, to talk to the fishers, talk to the locals. Their livelihood will be impacted. And that's the climate justice issues. And I think lots of these experiments need to be carried out with that. And thinking about, the recent published 360-page of NAS reports on strategies for ocean-based carbon dioxide removal, they said we need $2 billion of research, but not enough money for social science research. So, we are all management scholars and practitioners. And I think this is our opportunity. 10 gigatons, 20 gigatons, we have a say in this.
Thank you so much for all of your time and efforts. And lastly, I would like to thank Xiaohua and the entire team to put this great conference together. So I know time is up for us, but we are looking forward to work with you guys offline. And so let's working together. To fight for climate change, as people always said, everyone wants to go to heaven, nobody wants to die. But we need to make sure that if we want to reach to the climate change goal, that everyone need to sacrifice a little bit more, because you cannot fly a private jet to the developing country, ask people not to cut down trees. So let's do urge all of the people to do everything they should do, and let's working together. Let's build the sustainable world together. Thank you so much for your great efforts and inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So
okay, thank you.
Vivian, should I go ahead and start?
Go ahead, Roger.
Okay, so actually, first of all, I want to thank all the speakers and audience for joining us and to discuss this very complex and very important environmental issues. As we see, speakers kind of offered their views from a very broad range of perspectives. And we hope these discussions, move forward the dialogue and, more importantly, the actions on this major challenges and opportunities. And I hope this conference will also benefit your work and research in the future. And we want to again thank you for supporting our conference.